All right, match late, match late, match late. The doorbell rang exactly when the timer hit 0, basically. There we are. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Thursday stream. The day before Malice. Monka. Zeph, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. I'm happy to report that at least where I live, the weather is a lot better today. I hope the same is true for you guys. Or for some of you, at least. Yesterday was tough. Yesterday was hot. I'm pretty sure it was the hottest day of the year so far. But today's better. Today is better. Are we opening a new DUAD box again? I was hoping when the doorbell just rang that it would be the postman and it would be the Duelist Advanced box, but it wasn't. So I don't have it yet. But we should be opening another Duelist Advanced box maybe tomorrow if it arrives in time, hopefully. We'll see. But yeah. It's like 15 degrees cooler than yesterday. It's crazy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like it didn't feel normal. That it's just like I think here it's like 10 degrees colder, which is weird. But I'm not complaining. I'll take it. Good old climate change. Yep. Yeah. Rained like crazy in the morning. I was expecting like thunderstorms and stuff because you usually get that when it's really hot, but nothing like that here. It's just like randomly 10 degrees less. Well, yeah. Are you gonna do a video about best decks for Euros? We're gonna do a tier list later today. I was planning to do a little bit of TCG today because it is Duelist Advance release date, as well as, you know, we're gonna maybe play some Master Duel later, depending on how long the TCG section takes. But like, really, the big day for Master Duel is tomorrow, right? Like, the big day for Master Duel is when Malice comes out tomorrow. So we're gonna be playing Master Duel all day tomorrow. And take some look at some Duelist Advance today. So my plan was to first take a look at some of the deck lists that people have been using, either in the OCG or maybe some early TCG lists as well for some of these new decks. Take a look at some of these new decks, talk a little bit about how these decks are going to be played, maybe on how I would personally like we're gonna, for example, we're gonna take a look at some Lunalight deck lists from the OCG, try to understand what the idea behind them is, and then talk a little bit about how those might change coming into the TCG, right? Like, because the TCG format is a little bit different. And once we've made ourselves familiar with like a bunch of the different stuff that's happening in Duelist Advance, we're gonna make like an early tier list for the format. So yes, we are gonna do some Euros / NAWCQ prep today for Duelist Advance format. It is something that I am pretty excited to look into. So we are gonna do that today. And then, depending on how long that takes, we might jam some games of Master Duel later before the Malice Nation attacks. But we'll see. We do have a new card to look at as well and stuff. Let's just warm up real quick so everyone has time to assemble, and then we'll hop into the stream for today. It should be a fun one. All right. Does this feel familiar? Arcana Force is what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. It is one, actually. Burying Hope. Alright, Arcana Force, like I said. Fragrance Storm, I believe is what that's called. Yeah. Oh, this is like an old card. Dude, is that... It's not Painful Choice. Oh, it's the Last Day of Witch OCG artwork. It has a different art in TCG. That's a gem knight. I think that's tourmaline. No, topaz. Come on, who is that? Amber? Is amber yellow? I don't know. Supai. No idea what that is. Dododo swordsman. Ooh, this feels familiar. That one. No. That's an Xyz. I know this dude. It's something with A. Fairy King A. Albert. Albert Dick? Drillroid. It's either Drillroid or Jumbo Drill. I think it's Jumbo Drill. Oh, it's just Drillroid. Okay. Drillroid. Damn it. This feels familiar. Dude, is it? It's a Boogroth. Ground attacker Boogroth? No. Amphibious Boogroth? Yeah. Boojin? Boojin, I think. Boojingi. What is this? I'm skipping it. I don't know what animal. I can't even tell what animal it is. Is it? Maybe it's a spell trap. The jewel. Okay. It was a spell trap. Number. What's the number? 09? No. D9? Chaos Dyson Sphere. I feel like this feels like a card I should know, but I'm not. Yeah, I do know this card. It's a lot of cards that I feel like I should know. Basil. Vocatorium, the heavy metal avian. Okay, I should have just skipped that card. I don't know why it felt familiar. Maybe it looks similar to another card that I know. I think this is an insect fusion monster, but I don't know the name. Wakimeru beetle, not a fusion. Looks like a heraldic. Yeah, maybe that was it. Oh, that's a Nordic. Nordic. Is it Vanadis? Nordic Ascendant. Yeah. That is Naturia. Naturia. It's the little. It's I think beetroot. No, no, and beetroot is not a thing. Cosmo beet. That's the one. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Clock Tower Prison. Oh, that's another Destiny hero card, I think. Never mind, I lied. It's not what I was thinking. I don't know what it is, actually. Erratic Seal of Banishment. Classic Destiny hero card. Oja Magic. Performapal, Witch. But dude, there's so many. Trump Girl. Trump Girl. Ah, there's Trump Witch and Trump Girl. Okay. Kona. That's a Hazy Flame. Periton. Periton. I feel like I've seen this. Some fusion spell, but I don't know what it's called. Is it a fusion spell even? No. Assault Reboot. Area. Raging area. Yeah. Ooh, cornered rat. I think is what that's called. Yep. This feels like a mythical beast. Mythical beast. Is that Garuda? Yeah. Ooh, Tyranno Infinity. It looks like Supreme King stuff, which makes me wonder if I should try or skip, but I think there's like too many different ones. Odd Eyes Venom Dragon, yeah. There's like, and the thing is like, you can't even type one word and they'll all show up because they all got slightly different names. Really annoying. I'll skip the shark. Dream Shark. Okay, now we're getting a bunch of cards I'm not familiar with. This looks like a for hire card. Yeah, those are for hires. Trading for hire. Something union. No, it's Mechlord Assembly. Mechlord Assembly. Oh. Ooh, that's Herald of the Abyss. The problem is it could be the other one. Okay, no, it was that. Sea Otter? There's a... No, Tree Otter. No, Tree Otter is not the one I was looking for. Auto... Okay, that is not the card I was okay. Dude, today is not going well. Oh, it's Freaky. I think. Yeah. Constellar. I don't think it's Omega. It's the rank 3, I think. Yeah. Feels like ancient gear. That's box. That's the ninja, dude. The silver ninja, senior silver ninja. Yeah. Ooh. Guess the number on the fisherman. 2. Let's go. Don't know what that is. DNA checkup. World carrot weight champion. Gambler. Sand gambler. I thought it was Gambler of... What does Gambler of Legend look like? That's an Evigishki, I think. But I don't know which one. Levi Anima? Ooh, nice. Resonator. Synchron? Power bond. What train? Oh, the Exceeds. Is that Googly Eyes? No. Polar Beast? Polar. Armored White Bear. Okay, there was like 5 different answers in chat, and I thought it was Googly Eyes Drum Dragon. Great job, us. Is that Cyber End? I'm not sure if it's Cyber End. No, it's like it's Cyber End on another card. The set name, Cybernetic Revolution. Ah, okay. Symbol of friendship. Pot of generosity. We're not gonna make it to 800. It's gonna be an average 700 round today. That's a fusion spell. I don't know which one, but yeah. Well, could be better, could be worse. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're looking for a dark vanilla. A vanilla. I like it when it's vanilla, so it's always fun. Dark Magician. Oh, God. A level 7 dark vanilla that is weaker than Dark Magician, but has more defense. What about Night Sword Serpent? No, not Night Sword Serpent. What's the other? Serpent Night Dragon. Less than 2350. Not Summon Skull because it's level 7. It's also not Beast of Talvar. What about yeah, Slot Machine. Ah, okay. I like it when it's vanillas because it narrows it down so much to the point where it's realistic, but there's still enough. There's still enough vanillas to still make it difficult. But randomly, you happen to know a lot of the vanillas from back in the day. At least I do, which is cool. All right. Warm up done, semi-successfully. Let me tell you again what we're gonna do today for all the people that joined during the warm-up. Because today is Duelist Advance release day, which is the newest TCG set, of course. That is somewhat exciting to me. I do like it. I do like a lot of the stuff that is in Duelist Advance, and I do think the current TCG format, as much as I don't think it sucks, I think a little bit of a shakeup is good and very welcome at the moment. So we are going to take a look at some of the things that might change with Duelist Advance. Of course, after checking out some news, I believe there is a new card we can take a look at, and so on and so forth. But we are going to take a look at some of these new decks from Duelist Advance, think about how these decks are going to be played in the TCG and how good or how well they might perform. And then off of that, we're also going to do a little preemptive, tier list for Duelist Advance format. It's a little bit early to make a tier list, I feel like, even though, I mean, it is at set release, basically, so I think it's fine. But the NAWCQ is, of course, happening in a little bit over a week. So basically, not this weekend, but next weekend is the NAWCQ, which is one of the most important tournaments of the year for NA. And then 2 weeks after that, we're going to have the EUWCQ, which are, of course, the tournaments that qualify people for Worlds. So those are going to be important. So I do want to get started with Duelist Advance content as soon as I can to help people prepare and so on and so forth. I myself am going to be playing the EUWCQ. I'm going to be streaming the NAWCQ. So if anyone here, is not playing the NAWCQ, but instead wants to watch it, we are going to be watch partying the entire weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. I don't know, maybe even Friday, because they might stream Friday for the playoffs. I'll have to check. I don't think I have anything planned on that Friday. Maybe I'll go live if they stream the Friday playoffs. Yeah. No Master Duel today. We are gonna do Master Duel later if we have extra time. I haven't really set myself a time frame for how long the TCG segment is gonna take. We're just gonna run it. We're just gonna see how long it takes. And then if there's leftover time for the stream, then we'll just hop into Master Duel and play some Master Duel on the day before Malice hits. It's like, in some ways, it's like the best day to play Master Duel. In other ways, it's the worst day to play Master Duel. It is the worst day to play Master Duel because all the big stuff for Master Duel is happening tomorrow, right? Like tomorrow is the ban list is in effect that finally bans Oak, as well as the new pack is tomorrow, right? Which is why today is like kind of like a weird day to play Master Duel. On the other hand, today's the best day to play Master Duel because it's the last day in a world without Malice. So we might play some Master Duel, or like we likely will play some Master Duel later, depending on how long the TCG talk takes. But just gonna wing it and see how much time we have left, and then we'll play some ranked just to get the ranking up a little bit, I guess, before tomorrow, so we can start at a higher rank and play against better opponents as a result when Malice drops. I think that'd be cool. Of course, the season just reset, so I am not in Master 1. So we're still, I think, in Diamond currently, and I mean, the gameplay is better the higher you go, so it would be desirable to climb a little bit before the set comes out, so we can do a little bit of that later. Yeah. All right. Before we hop in to the new cards, let me quickly thank some subs that subscribed just now. Ryan Joe, thank you for the 38 months. Luna Yumi, thank you for the 12. Irate Nia, thank you for the 33. King Oblivion, thank you for the 4. And Nat Toaster, thank you for the 24. I appreciate all your support. Thank you so much. All right. Let us begin by looking at a new card from Doom of Dimensions that they announced yesterday. I'm a little bit, before we even look at the card, I'm a little bit surprised as to like the frequency of Doom of Dimension announcements, because I'm looking at it over here and there isn't much announced for Doom of Dimensions at all yet. I guess it is still some time for until it comes out. But like they've announced like a couple of cards like weeks ago, and now we're just getting very few bits and pieces here and then. But okay. Because yeah, well, I don't know. For now, we have Onomato Kage, which is a retrain of, dude, I forgot the name of it. Kage to Kage? Was that the original, the little lizard? Yeah. Okay. So Onomato Kage is a level 4 dark reptile. Seems to be the year of reptiles, at least somewhat. 1100 attack, 1500 defense. This card is always treated as a Zubaba, Gagaga, Go, and Dododo card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a Zubaba, Gagaga, Go, and or Dododo monster, and this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. You can banish this card from your graveyard, return up to 2 Xyz monsters from your grave to the extra deck. Now, when this card, it doesn't seem that crazy. At the same time, I did just remember, let me check. I have it open in another tab because I wanted to look at it later anyways. Where's Onomat? Onomat Ryzeal here. This is a list from the OCG. They have a very easy time just getting this into the graveyard, right? So like, Dododo Warrior is like, send a Dododo from your deck to the grave, special summon this card from your hand. Go Goblinberg special summons a non-warrior Go from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So it at the moment they play this one as like kind of a, it's like during your main phase, you can special a Zubaba or Gagaga from your hand. If you control a Go or Dododo except itself while this card's in your grave, special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. I feel like this would just replace that one because it counts as all of the names. So no matter which of the cards you're going to be activating, you can use this as a target. Like it counts as a target for Dododo Warrior, it counts as a target for Go Goblinberg, and it just has a slightly better effect than the gloves, right? Because you can summon it from hand or grave, but then it also has the bonus effect of recycling some Xyz, which could be relevant in the deck. So to me, this just seems like not a crazy card, but just solid, right? This just seems like a solid replacement for the gloves. I don't know if there's like more pure variants of the deck that would like to play both of these. For the most part, I think it's at the moment used as a splash in Ryzeal. So, and I don't think in this, maybe I don't think in this version you would play both, but maybe you would. I don't know. Either way, at the very minimum, this is a very strong replacement for the gloves, but it could also just be a strong addition to the deck. And I mean, by all means, when this comes out, we have no idea how strong Ryzeal as an engine is still going to be in the TCG, because this is, we're talking months from now. But I do think like something like Onomat, like the cards are good enough to maybe even work with in a world where Ryzeal is already hit a little bit more. Maybe with like a very small Ryzeal package or no Ryzeal package at all. Maybe the deck is able to stand its ground on its own with this card. It feels like a card that's a pretty good support for the archetype without being like a crazy broken starter or something like that. It's just like an engine. Basically, it's a new engine requirement, but a pretty good one at that. So I can definitely see it being played in versions of Onomat. Which is already apparently a pretty strong deck before this, so like it can't hurt, right? To have this card in there. Mitsurugi Onomat, maybe that's the thing. I don't know. I haven't really theorized that. I mean, of course, we haven't seen that in the OCG because they don't have the cards. So maybe, right? I mean, Mitsurugi, even without Ryzeal, has some rank 4 synergy, and like people are splashing Mitsurugi in all kinds of decks, and Onomat could be a deck. Like after maybe Onomat can be the replacement for Ryzeal in Ryzeal Mitsurugi after they eventually hit Ryziel a little bit harder, right? So could be a thing. Who knows? Ono Matsurugi. Yeah, maybe. Okay. There was some other news on here. Not sure how. I haven't checked it out yet, but there seems to be new information for the 2025 World Celebration. Are they? This is okay. This is the envelope of cards that they are giving out at this year's World Championship to like the spectators and the players. But it seems like the from August 30th to September 14th, celebrate the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 at your local OTS in North, Central, and South America. Attend the celebration events for a chance to win exclusive prizes. Wait, this is not in Europe? Okay, the maybe this is just because the NA page announced it or something like that. I'd be surprised if it was not happening in Europe. Already announced? Oh, okay. I would be surprised if this wasn't also happening in Europe. Y'all are hosting Worlds? Yeah, but like only because Europe is hosting Worlds does not mean that they shouldn't have World celebrations in Europe, because not everyone in Europe gets to go to Worlds as a spectator. Because I don't know how many tickets they have, but like it's not the same number as the people that would like to go probably. And not everyone is able to travel to it, so it'd be really nice if they had this in Europe as well. But yeah, maybe it's a matter of because it was announced by the NA account, they just announced it for the Americas, and maybe there is this also happening in Europe. I don't know. Either way, it's cool to see that even the players that are not able to attend the World Championship directly, either as a player or as a spectator, are able to get their hands on these cards at local OTSs, because these cards are pretty cool. And these envelopes in the past, it was a pretty cool reason to like celebrate the World Championship, or even for people not able to attend. So that's cool. And the other one was new Lost Arts. What are the new Lost Arts? Ooh, backup Adignister. That's quick. Armed Wing is cool. Not really too fond of Otohime and Goddess of the Two Sides. But the Musketeer one, okay. Sure. Dude. World Championship Qualifiers National Information Update. A fifth tier has been added for the 2026 national season. Updated for 2026, WCQ national events will be broken down into 5 tiers. Help make your country obtain a Tier 5 classification in 2026 by participating this year. To reach a higher classification next year, your WCQ national must have a minimum of the following attendance in 2025. Okay. They are changing the structure of nationals. I suppose this must have something to do with either the prize structure, the tournament structure as a whole, or the like the maybe Worlds points are distributed differently depending on what tier your nationals is. It's prize support, higher tier equals more prizes. Okay, interesting. But I'm guessing they haven't announced the prizes yet for the individual tiers. Because I did notice this. I did actually notice this year. I believe, if I remember correctly, that this year was the first year where the 4 big nationals in Europe awarded the winner an ultra rare copy of the prize card. It was in Germany, UK, France, and Italy. The winner actually got an ultra rare version of the Anotherverse, which in the past was super rares. And I think that was the first year they did that. So that was pretty cool already. Because I mean, even though it is just it costs them basically nothing to print an ultra rare over a super rare, that is a significant difference in value for the winner. So maybe it has something to do with the pricing structure for the next national season. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna have to wait and see how this affects the nationals prize structure. But okay, sure. All right. Another year of another verse. I mean, there is probably going to be another verse, right? Because they did already announce it in the OCG, right? I forgot what his name was, but there is already the next another verse that they gave out in the OCG already for some stuff. Stratios. Another verse Stratios. Yeah. This one. Another verse Stratios is an Earth Warrior vanilla. So that's my guess on what the next prize card is going to be. I feel like it's a good guess. Imagine a Light Fiend. Dude, that'd be probably the single most crazy prize card they could do while being a vanilla is if they make it like a Light Fiend with good stats. Like either level 6 or just like attack points in general, so it has synergy with Primite Roar, would be crazy. It'd be insane how good that would be, even for just a vanilla. I mean, it probably wouldn't make the deck the best deck in the format or anything, so it wouldn't be like mandatory, but it would still be pretty crazy. If they make another verse Dippity, depending on future support, an old another verse card can also become insane due to Primite. That it's the thing, right? The Primite cards have proven. I mean, we knew this beforehand with other archetypes, but for the most part, the Primite have really proven that like random vanillas can become meta relevant just because they have very unique attributes, stats, level, being a tuner, just like random things on vanillas. Like you would think, oh, there's so many vanillas in Yu-Gi-Oh! Surely there is something already for most combinations, but it's not the case. There's a lot of things that like would actually be relevant, like a Light Fiend or like a tuner of a certain level with a certain attribute or whatever. Like there's a couple of things that can make vanillas quite relevant, funnily enough. But yeah, that is besides the point for now, because today for Duelist Advanced Release Day, I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into the new decks from Duelist Advanced. The way we're going to do it today, because I don't have my hands on the cards yet. As soon as I do, as soon as I have the cards for some of these new decks, I am planning to make some maybe deck building streams or even remote duel streams happen next week or the week after. And we're just going to test them in practice. Today, it's going to be more like we're going to look at how some of these newer decks were played in the OCG and think about just how they function and how they might translate over to the TCG. Like what's different in the TCG maybe about the non-engine you play in these decks, or maybe you got to adjust certain ratios and so on and so forth. Because of course the OCG is not the same as the TCG. So I have taken a couple of archetypes that we can take a look at OCG deck lists as examples and think about how they will be played in the TCG. And then after that's done, I figured I can create like a first impression tier list for Duelist Advanced format, which is a little early, but the NAWCQ is quite soon. So I figured we might as well get that out there. So my first impression of the format is out there as well. So why don't we get started? Now, hold up. Let me... Of course, we have already... I have already done a stream and also a YouTube video where I do take a look at most of Duelist Advance and explain some of the cards. So I am familiar. I am familiar with, at least conceptually, as what some of these cards do. But I haven't actually... Not for all... For some decks I have, but for some decks I haven't looked at like example decks and how they might be played in the TCG. So why don't we go ahead and start with Lunalight here. So we're using yugioh Pro Deck's deck search function today, and I have filtered it by competitive decks, which basically means tournament results from the OCG for Lunalight as an example. Because Lunalight, I feel like, is to me a little bit of a mystery from the new set. Like basically, I have a pretty good idea of, like, because I am, of course, most excited about like Vanquish Soul and Sky Striker, I have a pretty good idea as to how those decks operate and how those decks might work in the TCG. But for Lunalight, it's more like I started looking into the deck, but I don't know exactly what to expect from it in the TCG, and I don't know exactly how scary it is, because on paper it seems extremely scary, because like they have some pretty good win cons, right? Like we can take a look at this list from the OCG here. Almost every Lunalight list that I'm seeing obviously plays at least 2 copies of Liger Dancer and a copy of Baguska, because the crazy synergy in this deck, of course, I mean, most people should know about Lunalight Liger Dancer at this point, because it's completely unaffected by card effects. You can actually just make it alongside a Baguska and it doesn't care about it. So not only do you have to worry about outing Liger Dancer, but you also have to worry about outing Baguska, which can be quite the problem for a lot of decks. Now, I will say, I think, to me, it feels like Lunalight is a deck that seems super strong on paper, but like it has to have, there has to be downsides, basically, because if this deck just worked the way you think it works, or like the scary things about it would happen every game, it would be the best deck in the OCG already, which it's not. Clearly not. It's just like, from what I've heard, I feel like Lunalight can theoretically play through hand traps quite well, but I think the downside of Lunalight is that every single hand trap is somewhat effective against it. And while you can probably play through one hand trap fairly well, multiple hand traps will start to really hurt you, and you might just have to do some, like, I think the full combo for the deck is incredibly scary, but I think all of the compromises into hand traps, they seem mediocre, at least from what I've been told by people that have played a lot of Lunalight. Because it's like, okay, if you get hit with 1 or 2 hand traps, you just make like a Baguska and you pass, or you can only make 1 Liger Dancer and you pass, which is like, it can be enough, but if your opponent is prepared for the format, then it just won't be. So that's weird. The thing is, everyone is only playing 6 Charmies and roll no real hand traps. See, first of all, that is not, I think that's not super accurate. I think a lot of people are playing at least the Dominus Impulse in their deck if they can, or the Ash Blossom to counter Charmies, or the Imperm. Those are still popular cards, and they will be popular cards. And I don't think it's correct to just assume that the hand trap lineups are not going to change at all after an entirely new main set releases. I don't think that's accurate. I think non-engine lineups are going to change with a deck like Lunalight in the format, especially if it is as hyped as it seems at the moment. Like, people are considering this deck, you know, people are considering playing this deck. People are considering this deck when they're building their decks. It's not necessarily the case. The format does change from Duelist's Advance. Of course, Malice and Mitsurugi and Ryzeal are still relevant decks, and all the cards like Droll and Charmies are still going to be somewhat popular, probably. But I think just assuming that no one is going to play any other hand traps, I don't think is a good idea. Because the format is actually decently diverse. I mean, that was already the case with like the national championships. Even before this set, there was a realistic chance you were playing against 6 or 7 different decks in the tournaments. And with these decks entering the mix, I think that just makes it more diverse, most likely, because these decks, I think, are surprisingly competent at competing with the decks that we already have, even though they might not overtake them necessarily. They definitely compete, and so I think they will have impact on how people are going to approach deck building for this format. Yeah. So yeah, as for Lunalight, this is basically this list. This list I have looked at alongside some other lists already, and this seems to be somewhat the standard ratio for Lunalight cards. So they always play 3 Lunalight Gold Leo because this is by far the best starter for the deck. It's like the one that when it's normal or special, you add a Lunalight monster from your deck to your hand, then you discard a card, and then if a Lunalight is sent to your grave, you can target it and add it back to your hand. So I believe the standard Lunalight 1-card combo, or like the only 1-card combo I think that this deck has is via Gold Leo and other cards that get you to Gold Leo. Like for example, Tanky searches Gold Leo, or like I think it's like Foolish can send Silverhound and that gets you to Gold Leo, or Fractal can send Silverhound and that can get you to Gold Leo. So or Masquerade is like send a Lunalight from deck to grave, which is like activate Masquerade, send Silverhound, special Gold Leo. So like everything, I think every combo I've seen so far gets you to Gold Leo relatively quickly, right? I don't know if Kaleido Chick is a 1-card combo. Is Kaleido Chick a 1-card combo? Because I feel like if it was, maybe they'd be playing 3 copies of it. It's not. Oh, I see why it's not. Oh, okay, because it sends for cost. Oh, they have anti-synergies in here. Okay. You got to be careful with that when you're playing against Lunalight for the first couple of times. The Kaleido Chick sends for cost from the deck, and Silverhound says if it's sent to grave by card effect. So it cannot activate if you send it for Kaleido Chick. Ooh, that's a huge that's a big thing to be aware of. Both playing Lunalight and playing against Lunalight. So they use Kaleido Chick probably just to dump some stuff into the graves. So you don't. I mean, the Yellow Marten is good in the graveyard, right? For Kaleido Chick, and then future iterations of Kaleido Chick after you've already sent the Yellow Marten, you probably send some fusion monsters so you can like Miracle Fuse into Liger Dancers, right? Because Liger Dancer needs Leo Dancer, so you really want a Leo Dancer in the graveyard, but you don't necessarily want to fusion summon it. So you use Kaleido Chick to send a Leo Dancer. It becomes Leo Dancer on the field. And then you can fuse with it from the field into 1 Liger Dancer, and then you can Miracle Fuse with Wolf into the second Liger Dancer by banishing the Leo Dancer from the grave that you sent for Kaleido Chick. Yeah. Okay. Consistency-wise, this deck I think is going to be just fine because like maybe not this build of the deck, but like there's a couple of options that you can add to this deck to make it more consistent. I don't think consistency is going to be your problem because you could play Foolish Burial Goods, which is a very good card in this deck, because you can send Lunalight Perfume. So you can basically, you go Goods for Perfume, and then Perfume is just banish this card from grave, discard a card, add a Lunalight from your deck to your hand. I believe there's also, what is the other one? Lunalight Serenade Dance. Which is like the trap card that used to be a one-of back in the day in other Lunalight decks. Lunalight Serenade Dance is during your main phase, banish this card from your grave, send the card from your hand to the grave, and if you do, special summon a Lunalight monster from your deck. I would assume that if you play Foolish Burial Goods, you're also going to play 1 copy of this. Only 1 copy because this effect is actually hard once per turn. Whereas for Lunalight Perfume, it is not hard once per turn. Neither of the effects. I'm guessing the reason why they don't play 3 Lunalight Perfumes is because it doesn't actually start anything, right? Because in order to get it to the graveyard, you have to have a Lunalight in your grave already. Other than that, it's a pretty good card. Serenade Dance, discard Harpor. I mean, where are the locks located in this deck? Because I know it has some. If this card is sent to the grave by card effect, special Lunalight from your deck, except Silverhound, but you cannot special summon from the extra deck while you control that monster. Okay, so that lock is gone pretty quickly. Is that the only lock? Okay, so this deck is pretty free as to what it can do. I mean, that explains why you can make a Baguska at the end, I suppose. So, I mean, in the OCG, I think it makes sense, the way they play this deck. Whether you could play some goods for consistency, I've seen that too. But, like, for the most part, in the OCG, they play pure Lunalights. I think that makes sense in a Max C format. because you just have to focus a certain amount of deck space in your deck around out to max C. And you want to make sure you can draw those as consistently as possible, which makes me actually curious why they're playing 43 in this one. But for the most part, this is something that you could change when it comes to the TCG. I could see people playing this with like, because it just happens to just also be a level 4 deck. There is a world where you pair this with Mitsurugi. I don't know. You pair it with Mitsurugi and you make a King of the Pharaoh Limbs at some point, or you pair it with, I guess for NA people, you pair it with Orchist, because you have a lot of ways to discard Orchist in this deck. I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to approach it, but it is possible. You can make Banshee to search Nemesis Flag to search Protoss in this deck as well, which I don't know if the deck needs like crazy win cons like that, because I feel like if you're comboing, you can already win. Ryziel, of course, also, I mean, when you're talking rank 4s, we're always going to have to talk about Ryziel. I don't know if Ryziel Lunalight is the way to go, because the Ryziel cards, like, you can access the Ryziels from the Lunalights, because the Lunalights can make a rank 4. But the problem is you cannot really access the Lunalights with the Ryziels. Like, the Ryziels would not work as a starter for Lunalight. And if you ever have to, like, if you go second and you have to start with X Ryziel or something like that, you're going to ruin your entire deck. Like, because if you're locked into rank 4s from the extra deck, the Lunalight part really doesn't do anything. Like, not being able to fuse at all seems weird. It would have to be a completely different version of the deck, basically. Like, you'd be completely playing a different deck. Ryziel go into Fire Fist, search Tenki. Yeah, that is cheating, because that needs 2 level 4 Beast Warriors. You can't do that. So I don't think Ryziels can actually start the Lunalight combos. And even if you could, even if that was possible, if you search at Tenki and you're locked into level 4s, rank 4s, you can't make any of the fusions, so it wouldn't even be good. So yeah, I personally, I think with cards like Droll and Lockbird and Molcharmi Fuvalos in mind, I would probably guess that the most common way to play Lunalight in the TCG will also be pure Lunalights. And it's just gonna depend on, you know, it's gonna be a meta call basically to play Lunalight, because I think in a meta game where people are at least somewhat prepared for it, I don't think it's that strong. And don't confuse that with me saying it's bad. I don't think it's a bad deck at all. I just think if people are prepared for it, which means that people play like Imperms, Ashes, maybe even Bestials and Crows and stuff like that, because all those cards have value against it. If people play a decent amount of those cards, then I think the deck is in trouble, because you can't really, like, basically what we talked about earlier, in an environment where everyone plays Charmies and Droll as their only hand traps. Like, sometimes that was the case in the last format, right? A lot of people played just those cards because they were the most efficient against Ryziel and Malice. In a world like that, I think Lunalight can be a pretty good meta call, because you can just pull through. Like, you get Fuvad, you just do it. You don't care if they draw more Charmies or if they draw Droll and Lockbird. Who cares? I'm gonna make 2 towers and Baguska, and that's basically GG, even if you have 10 cards in your hand, right? And so that's always dangerous. If people start playing Imperm Veiler again, Mitsu and Malice are going to be really happy. I mean, yeah, I guess that is, I mean, that you are summarizing the quote unquote difficulty with super diverse formats, which as of now, I don't see a reason why the next format wouldn't be more diverse than the current one, because they definitely are adding decks that people want to play, right? Like Vanquish Soul, Sky Striker, and even Lunalight are decks that people are interested in at the moment, and they are, like, while none of them is taking over the top spot instantly, they are good enough to be considered playable decks, right? And so that is a fair point. You know, you're going to have to make a decision for the upcoming format. Which decks do you want to respect the most in your main deck? Do you want to make the concession for Lunalight and other decks maybe to include like Imperm Veiler, whatever? Because those cards, I mean, it's not like Imperm is always terrible against Mitsu and Malice. There is uses for them, which is why I think they will return in some capacity. Because like, even against Ryziel, sometimes an Imperm hits them really hard if they happen to only have one Ryziel name. Or if you can hit the duo drive or whatever, you know, there is worlds where the Imperm still has value against those decks. So it's not like a completely dead card in those matchups. So I do think these cards are probably going to make a return to respect Lunalight a little bit. Which is going to make life harder for Lunalights. Yeah. There's another card that I wanted to quickly bring up. I think it's been going up in price in the TCG as well, and that is because of Lunalight, and that's Heavy Polymerization. So the reason why Heavy Polymerization is hyped up in Lunalights is because, of course, when you're going second, you can just fusion summon a Liger Dancer with it immediately, which basically outs every board if it doesn't get negated. So the way this card works, because I mean, this card has seen 0 play so far. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using 3 or more monsters from hand or field as material. You can also banish monsters from your extra deck as material up to the number of monsters your opponent controls, but you lose life points equal to the total attack of monsters banished this way when the monster is fusion summoned. So Liger Dancer is a fusion monster that needs 4 monsters as material. Lunalight Leo Dancer plus 3 Lunalight monsters. So that's going to cost you a lot of life points. You can't even afford to fully fuse the Liger Dancer without using anything from hand, right? Like you can't, you cannot take 4 monsters from your extra deck because then you just lose, right? Because Leo Dancer is 3,500, and then you would take like 2 Perfume Dancers. That's already 75. So that's, and then you have to use 1 Lunalight from your hand, right? So like, let's say you draw Heavy Polymerization and a Black Sheep or whatever, then you can make Liger Dancer for 7,500. Which honestly, even though you're taking 7,500 damage to summon a Liger Dancer, that can potentially answer the entire board, right? Like you just like summon Liger Dancer into your opponent's board, activate the effect, send the Lunalight from extra deck to grave, destroy all special summon monsters, the board is gone, you have a towers, and you still have the rest of your cards in hand. So that's the reason why Heavy Polymerization is being hyped right now. I mean, they actually have prices here on the site. I don't even know if it's accurate, but the card market price seems to be 14 euros for Heavy Polymerization, which I don't think it was that expensive when it came out because no one really cared about it. Yeah. Something you guys just said in chat. I think you cannot use Mud Dragon for this. The Mud Dragon Synchro. Hold up. I believe that doesn't work because... So this card, of course, would be perfect because it is 500 attack, but this card can be used as a substitute for any one fusion material whose name is specifically listed on the fusion monster card, but the other fusion materials must be correct. I don't think it works because I don't think this effect applies when it's in your extra deck. Yeah, I just don't think that. I don't think that's how it works. So yeah, there's not, unfortunately, not a way to save life points on this thing. Liger stops you too, can't use substitutes. Ah, must be fusion summoned with the above fusion materials. Oh, that also means you cannot use... Does that mean you cannot use replacements? Is that what that says? I guess it does, yeah. Yeah. So but that's not the reason why the Mud Dragon doesn't work, right? So like the Mud Dragon just double doesn't work. Because I think even if it didn't say that, it still couldn't do that. I think that's just mechanically not possible with heavy polymerization. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, heavy polymerization is an option for this. Now, I will say, I don't think you can summon... I don't know all the Lunalight fusion monsters' attack points by heart, but I think the smallest one is Perfume Dancer with 2,000. Which means that because you have to use Leo Dancer, which is 3,500, and Perfume Dancer, I think, is the smallest other one that you can use. You will always, if you want to use 3 monsters from your extra deck, you always have to pay 7,500. There's no way to pay less. Which means there's some pretty nasty counterplay to heavy poly into Liger Dancer if you want to use 3 monsters. Because there is... You take 1 from hand, and then you take 7,500 damage, which means that if your opponent is playing... Like, there's a couple of things that meta decks can do to punish this, if they expect heavy polymerization. Of course, I mean, the obvious one is Vanquish Soul, which if that's a meta-relevant deck, you can never heavy poly against them, because you just die to Heavy Borger, or the Vanquish Soul trap card. They both inflict way more damage than you can take after a heavy poly. So you do just lose if you do this against what's it called? Against Vanquish Soul. But there's other decks, actually, because you guys are already mentioning it, but I did think about this, and like if like Board Breaker Lunalight with Thrust and heavy poly actually becomes a thing, I feel like what I would do in a Ryziel deck is I would just play a Gagaga Cowboy in my extra deck, and I would just legit make it on turn 1, because they're gonna let you full combo, right? Like their plan is to let you full combo and then break your board with heavy poly, and then you can just burn them for 800, and then they can't really heavy poly anymore. It ruins the entire game plan. Because 800 damage makes it impossible to take 3 fusion materials from the extra deck, which is kind of stupid. Or, I mean, okay, yeah, sure. I guess you can also just Protoss them, which is the other problem with board breaker approaches for any deck, especially a deck that is all darks. I don't think this deck can be played as a board breaker deck. Is the quote unquote unfortunate news. I don't know how unfortunate it really is, because board breaker with heavy poly into a tower doesn't seem that healthy either. But yeah, just not use 3. I mean, yeah, you can use 2, but then you have to use 2 other Lunalights from your hand. At which point you probably have nothing left after, and you might not even be winning on that turn. And then if your opponent plays an out to the Liger Dancer, you might just lose to it. It's not as auto win if you have to spend 3 cards for Liger Dancer. Play Dogwood? Yeah. Let the Ryziels are going to make Cowboy to counter heavy poly, and then the heavy poly Lunalight decks are going to play Dogwood to gain life points to counter the counters. No, I don't know. I think the reality of things is the following. I think the most likely way we're going to see Lunalight is pure with a decent amount of hand traps, not board breakers in the main deck. I mean, maybe you're going to play like some Thrust or some Droplets, but for the most part, because this deck is also all darks, it can play Dominus Impulse. I don't think it's too super smart to skip on Dominus Impulse in the upcoming format. It still seems like a phenomenal card. So like, I think we're going to see this deck play Ash, Impulse, maybe Imper, maybe Charmies, maybe Droll, depending on how the format shapes out. Maybe some board breakers in Thrust and Droplet or something. And I think heavy polymerization is a strong side deck option for this deck, because if there's ever a matchup that doesn't punish this card because they don't have burn damage or something like that, and doesn't have an Omni Negate on their end board, this is a legit win con. 100%, right? It's a legit win con in some matchups. So I think it's an interesting side decking option. Can you send Lunalight Tiger and extra deck for this? I don't see why not. Yeah, if you have a face up tiger in the extra deck or a face-up wolf, the way the card is worded, you could use it, yeah. I lost to Lunalight yesterday with Punk because the life points were lower and my Psychic and Punisher wasn't unaffected anymore. Yeah. Did they, like, after Heavy Poly? I guess that can happen, yeah. But no, I think that's how Lunalight is gonna roughly work for now, and I think that is a strong concept. It might not be the best deck of the format, but I think it is a working concept. I think you can make this deck as consistent as you would like, really, because this build here is not even close to max consistency. You can do so much more for consistency in this deck. You can play up to 3 Foolish Burial Goods, which is another basically 1-card starter for the deck if you include Serenade Dance, and I mean they're already playing in Lunalight Perfume, so it's really easy to get this deck into very strong consistency ranges. Heavy Poly is way worse if the opponent ends on only 1 or 2 monsters. That's the thing, right? There's a couple of decks in the format at the moment that might not actually end on infinite monsters. Like, there are some, like, I don't know, Pure Mitsu or something. They might not end on more than 2 monsters. And then one of those 2 monsters can likely even be an IP Masquerena, so they can, like, in response to the Heavy Poly, they can go down to 1. So you'd have to, like, use 3 Lunalights from hand. You know? Unfortunately, the deck doesn't have a super high amount of good quality starters that don't just lead to the normal choke points. So, like... So what you mean... Well, what you mean is, like, if the gold... I heard that Gold Leo is a pretty good imperm target, because you're not only missing out on the add and the discard, but you're also missing out on the add back later, potentially. So, like, Lunalight Gold Leo really does a lot for this deck, right? Like, it searches... It discards anything from your hand that you want in your grave right now, and then, like, you can just keep going and get the other effect later or even immediately. It's pretty difficult if Lunalight Gold Leo gets negated, but I do think Foolish Burial Goods seems like a very strong extender, because if you play Serenade Dance, Foolish Burial Goods just lets you special summon from deck, which seems pretty strong. You can get through a lot with a full engine hand, but with low engine, it's rough. I mean, yeah, to be fair, though, that is kind of the case for most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks. I guess the biggest question these days when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh decks playing through hand traps is how well does one extender pair against their second hand trap? Do you know what I mean? Because, like, what I mean by this is, like, when you play, when you play, like, a, let's say, Snake Eye Fiendsmith back in the day, or Malice now, where... Let's say they imperm your normal summon. If you have one extender, their second hand trap usually doesn't do as much anymore, right? What I mean by this is, you normal summon Snake Eye Ash, they imperm it. You special summon Diabellstar, they imperm that as well. Now, because you have 2 bodies on the field, you can go Fiendsmith and then Promethean and bring back the Ash and basically do almost full combo anyways, or pretty much full combo anyways. So, like, the second card in your hand beats even the second hand trap, right? Like, the 2-card combo demands 3 hand traps, which is, first of all, I think, terrible game design, but that is sometimes the quality that some modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks have. And the same is true for Malice, where it's like, they normal summon Dormouse, you have imperm for it, they link it off, and they go, like, I don't know, March Hare or Bisteel or whatever. And at that point, even a second imperm is not going to feel very good. Or even like an impulse, right? Like, I guess you can impulse no, they make Lingeribo. Like, you can't even impulse, right? So, like, the second hand trap feels bad if they have the extender. How does Lunalight work in that regard? Like, let's say they normal summon Gold Leo, activate effect, I imperm it, and then they have an extender. Like, what would even be an extender in this scenario? Is Lunalight Masquerade an extender? Fractal? Tenki for Fractal. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's something we I actually haven't talked about yet. But yeah, the Fractal is in here because you can send this card from hand or field to the graveyard, send a level 3 or lower beast, beast warrior, or winged beast from your deck to the graveyard. So that means Fractal can just send Silverhound for a free special summon from deck. So that's why there's a Fractal in every single Lunalight deck list, because you can search it with Tenki, and basically it makes Tenki emergency teleport, pretty much. Which honestly makes me think, if you want more consistency and extenders, you can even play. I could see people play multiple Fractals, because that doesn't even seem like a bad card to hard open. Because I'm pretty sure it's a starter, but it's also a good extender. So like there's a couple of cards that Lunalight can play to have better extension and more consistency. Which is like, you can play goods, you can play more Fractals. There's a couple of options. The problem is non-engine. The problem is non-engine for this deck. It does seem like the kind of deck that doesn't want to play infinite non-engine, because the more non-engine you play, the worse you play into hand traps as well, because like just normal summoning Goat Leo as the one card combo, if you open a bunch of non-engine, it's not going to be reliable. Leo into Almirage and then Perfume revives. Yes, if you manage to fit Almirage in the extra deck, then the Perfume is also a phenomenal extender, because Goat Leo is small enough to be linked off into Almirage, and then as long as you have a target for Perfume in the grave, that cooks, right? So I do think this deck is interesting. Also, I mean, you can use Lunalight Black Sheep, discard itself, add Poly from your deck to your hand, and then you can use Perfume to bring it back. Like there's random 2-card combos for this deck, right? Like for example, Kaleido Chick plus Perfume, Black Sheep plus Perfume, all those random things. You know, I think Kaleido Chick plus Tiger is also fine. That was always a good combo. So all those random combinations just work. Also, I think Perfume Dancer just needs any 2 Lunalights, so you can draw like Poly with 2 random Lunalights, like Martin, Silverhound, Poly, just plays, you know? So it's not always about 1-card combos with this deck, but still, I think more Fractal and Foolish Burial good stuff is interesting for you. Are we going to do some TCG deck building? For example, Paleo. I have a YouTube video already planned for Paleo post Duelist Advance. It's going to come out as in a little bit. It's going to be like a scripted thingy. Can we talk about Boral Sword? This is something I was curious about. I did see Boral Sword in almost every single Lunalight deck list in the OCG, and I was wondering why. I was wondering why almost every single Lunalight deck list is playing Boral Sword. Because I don't really see a need for it, I guess. I guess it does beat Liger Dancers in the mirror match. It outs Double Towers. It's in case you get debarriered. Maybe it's just a good multi-purpose card. It can win under D-Barrier, I suppose. It can out Liger Dancers in the mirror match. I guess the problem is, like, look, is that realistic? Just for a second. Is it real? I mean, do you even... No, wait, no. This thing is not unaffected by Lunalights. This doesn't matter. You don't need to out Liger Dancer with something like Boral Sword. You can just Liger Dancer your opponent's Liger Dancer, right? Like it's like the mirror match seems to be completely weird with this deck, because the towers is only a towers against not the mirror match, right? So I feel like that cannot be the argument, because also at the same time, how would you ever out a Liger Dancer with Boral Sword? Because Liger Dancer just Raigekis you twice, right? That's because that's the tough part about Liger Dancer. If this was just a 3,800 towers, then you wouldn't care about it. But it's a towers with Raigeki, so it outs the outs. have to make sword with IP. Yeah, but like okay, who's gonna be there and be like, oh, my opponent has IP Masquerena and 2 other monsters on the board. And I have 2 Liger Dances. You know what? Let me see your next step. Let me see the next step. Let me see what's next first. There's no way. Let me find out what you're cooking over there. I don't know. I don't think that's I don't think that's real. You combo it with Dingirsu? There's no Dingirsu. I mean, in Luna Lights, that doesn't make sense. Right? In other decks, okay, sure. Maybe if you're playing Orchest, there is an argument to play Boral Sword now. That's actually something I haven't even talked about or thought about much about Orchest because we don't have Orchest in EU. But like, sure, if you're playing Orchest now, there's a world where you make Dingirsu to protect your stuff from Liger Dancer pops, and then you can make Boral Sword and just rip apart their board. Actually, it seems fairly easy to out for Orchest. I think the biggest problem for Orchest would be the Baguska that you have to get rid of first before you can do meaningful other things. Because like a lot of your starters, or some of your starters actually, not all of your starters, but like the Girsu is a lot worse into Baguska, for example. The Orchest Lunalight tier 60 card pile plays Dingirsu into Boral Sword. It's funny because like Lunalight, if I remember correctly, Lunalight Orchest was a thing in 2019, right? At some point. I think so. I think, and I know Lunalight was a thing and Orchest was a thing, but I feel like at some point they were already combined. It's pretty funny that like both of those decks are getting pretty good support at the same time. So maybe there's a world where they are played together again. Didn't you play it once at a YCS? No, I never played Lunalight at a YCS. I played Orchest at YCSs, but never played Lunalight. There was one YCS where Lunalight, I think Lunalight won it, but I think that was without Orchest. That was YCS Ghent, I believe. At that YCS, I played Thunder Dragons. I didn't play Lunalight. You did play Orchest at a YCS. I remember the 3 engages or 4. Yeah, thank you. I do too. I remember those as well. Thank you. Yeah. I think Lunalight is an interesting deck that, even though the win condition for it is pretty toxic, I think it has a spot in the format. And I do think it's relatively, I don't want to say underexplored because it is being played in the OCG, but of course there's always this question mark of how is the deck that is performing a certain way in the OCG going to perform when it comes to the TCG? And we're going to talk about the same thing with other decks now from Duelist Advance. I think this deck has a chance to see play. I think it is very, very dependent on the non-engine that people play in the format, though. I think Lunalight is a deck that not only just for the next format, but also just like for the next maybe year or two, or maybe even longer, who knows, because this win condition might just never be outdated, you know? But like for the foreseeable future, there's always going to be this option of, if people are not playing the correct non-engine in the format to deal with Lunalight at the moment, you can just bring out the Lunalights again and go crazy with it. You know, like if there's ever a format where no one is respecting Lunalight and everyone is playing just like Charmies and Droll and no other hand traps or whatever, then Lunalight can be a good meta call. And I think that is important to be aware of if you want to like make those meta calls at some point. I know some top players who are going to be on it for NAWCQ. I mean, it seems like an interesting deck to make a meta call with it, especially maybe early on. I suppose I can see it being a better call the earlier you make it, when people are not like ready to deal with it yet. Especially when like, especially for the NAWCQ, I think it's very difficult to estimate the deck distribution. Like, because I mean, for nationals in Europe, right, I was pretty confident about just playing Purulia, Fuva, and Droll in my main deck because I knew, okay, Malice and Ryzeal, number one decks, and Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, number one decks to worry about. Everything else I can handle with the side deck. It's fine. But like, those are my main focuses. And the thing is, like, if you do that again for Euros or NAWCQ, Lunalight farms those kind of decks. It really does. Like, if you're only playing Purulia and Fuva and Droll, I think Lunalight cooks you. Right? How is this deck different than something like Raid Raptor was? I think it's just better. It's the concept is not super different. The concept is just better. Like, I just think this deck has higher quality cards than Raid Raptor. Also, they are not birds, which is good. For the most part. Some of them might be. Hugin is not a bird. Shut up. We've had this discussion. We've been over this. I've seen a Lunalight go into a Raid Raptor Xyz. Yeah, that's some evil stuff right there. Okay, let's move on to another deck. Sky Striker. Sky Striker, I was actually very happy to see it. It does have, look, it does have a decent amount of tops in the OCG. What is the Sky Striker Malice? It does have a decent amount of tops in the OCG at the moment. And I do want to talk about Sky Striker because it is one of the decks that I am considering for the EUWCQ. I said it before. Currently, my favorites for the EUWCQ are Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker because I really want to play one of those decks. It's more like I want to make those decks work because I want to. You know, I want to play those decks because they look very enjoyable to me. So let's talk about the exact position that they're going to be in, right? Because only because I want to play the deck does not necessarily make it good. And while I am willing to play like a cool deck over something like, I don't know, playing Mitsurugi again, even though Mitsurugi is also cool, but like, I would like to play one of those new decks. Let's phrase it like that, if they're good enough. Because I still, even though we are qualified for Master Duel Worlds, I still care about Euros. I still want to do well at Euros if I can. So I'm only going to bring one of those two decks if I feel confident it can perform. And with Sky Striker, of course, the new support, and this is the frustrating part, there are 3 cards in this extra deck already that we cannot play that came out like ages ago in the OCG. Well, Amatsu is new, but like, when did Camellia come out in the OCG, dude? Does it say on this page when it came out? No. When did they get... Hold up, let me check. Sky Striker Ace Camellia. Sky Striker Ace Camellia released in... 2023. Jesus Christ. So this card came out 2 years ago in the OCG. Blind streamer. Oh, I'm blind. It says here. Okay, I was looking down here. Okay, yeah, OCG date. Yeah, okay. I could have saved some time there. My bad. 2023. And then there is Combined Maneuver Engage 0, which came out in 2024, which is over a year ago at this point. And then there's Sky Striker Ace Amatsu, which that's recent. That is this year, in April. So that's even in the OCG, that's not even 3 months old. But all three of these cards, we do not have in the TCG for this deck, which is very odd to me. I feel like those were the perfect imports in Duelist Advance, and I still don't understand why we didn't get them. My only guess that I have is that they are saving these for some other product this year so that they can make it more attractive rather than Duelist Advance. Which is also, I mean, I feel like Duelist Advance could have used 1 or 2 extra chase cards. I think that would have been cool. But my guess is they're saving it for, I don't know, like Megatins or something, where they like they want to just throw in a couple extra chase cards. That's what I'm thinking. Other than that, I can't think of a reason why we wouldn't get these cards like in Duelist Advance. It makes no sense to me. Maybe they're just like fine with releasing them like a month or 2 after Duelist Advance, but I'm hoping we get these this year. But that means we're gonna have to deal with the fact that we don't have those cards for the EUWCQ. Yeah, boss, thank you for the 5 months. Rods, thank you for the 24. Shimmer Scanner, 29. Stas, William C. Johnson, Cami Sosa, TT9911, and Acunum. Thank you guys all for the support. I appreciate you guys so much. Okay, what does this mean for Sky Striker in the TCG? I personally think, I have thought about this for a while now. I think Sky Striker should go first in the TCG now with the new cards. I think the direction that this deck wants to go in is it wants to be a deck that picks first, if it gets the option, but it still is going to be one of the decks that can go second decently well if you lose the dice roll or if it is post side deck. Or you could even consider for certain matchups to have a side decking strategy to go second post side deck when your opponent isn't expecting it. You know, when you let's say you go first game 1, you do your thing, you win, then you lose game 2, and then you side deck in a certain fashion to go blind second game 3 when they don't anticipate you to. This is something that you can do. I do think the Sky Striker setups for the upcoming format are going first are now finally good enough. I feel like personally, because with the addition of Sky Striker A0, finally Ray is a good starter again, because Ray now searches engage, and you have some pretty strong setups. You can draw extra cards with engage. Setting up Lemnis Gate, I think, is incredibly powerful. Non-target bounce is very, very strong. Often even non-target bounce for 2 cards. And I think Widow Anchor Take is not a bad interruption in this upcoming format, because let's say you negate and take an Ice Ryzeal from a Ryzeal deck. That means they cannot just special summon Sword to extend next to it if they have it. So that's neat. In general, Sword Ryzeal will not be an extender against Widow Anchor, which is neat. Like that's good. But in general, it's just like the deck just has the Sky Striker engine itself used to have like no disruptions on the opponent's turn. Outside of just like 1 or 2 Widow Anchors that you were setting. Now you have, out of just the Sky Striker cards, like out of 1 or 2 card combos from Sky Striker, you will get like 4 disruptions or something like that, right? Like you have Widow Anchor to take, you have Lemnis Gate to bounce 2 and recycle some stuff. Then you have Lemnis Gate effect in the graveyard to link summon a Zeke to banish a card, or a Azalea to destroy a card. Because these 2 previously were not able to be summoned on the opponent's turn, because they both say must be link summoned, so you can't special them with linkage or ray. But Lemnis Gate allows you to perform a link summon, which is pretty neat. In the TCG, there's a couple of changes I think that are going to happen to Sky Striker lists, at least from what I'm seeing at the moment, or what I'm considering at the moment for Sky Striker. The first big question mark I have when it comes to this deck is whether you're going to play Pot of Desires or not, because on the one hand, I am aware that Pot of Desires is an incredibly strong card in this sort of concept in Sky Striker. Drawing you 2 cards makes your deck more consistent, puts a spell card in the graveyard. So I do understand wanting to play Pot of Desires. However, I have a couple of thoughts about Pot of Desires in this deck in particular. I don't think you have to be worried about losing like too many of your engages or too many of your Widow Anchors or whatever. That used to be sometimes the case. Sometimes it was like, oh, I lost 2 engages and now it's like weird, or I lost 2 Widow Anchors and now I'm going to run out of Widow Anchors or something. I think that sort of thing is going to be not a problem anymore with Lemnis Gate. Even though in this build in particular, I would be worried about banishing my 1 of Lemnis Gate, because I do think that is one of the strongest parts of the end board for Sky Striker. Like, I would be hella scared to banish the 1 of Lemnis Gate. I would probably play 2 Lemnis Gate if I was playing Pot of Desires in this deck. But that's a different story. The thing I'm more worried about with Pot of Desires is how you have to build your deck if you want to play it. Because this build is playing 2 Rose, and let me tell you, Rose is not a good draw in this deck. Rose is pretty darn bad. I mean, I guess if your hand is like super terrible, having Rose is better than having like no starter, because you can still, I mean, going second, you can still Rose into Hayate, send engage, and then Kagari it back. Like, it can play. And going first, if you have nothing else, at least it's Shizuku Pass, which is still bad, but like, you know, it's something. But for all normal hands, for all like hands that already have a play, like a Ray or a Linkage or an Engage or a Rhoda or something like that, Rose is just a liability to have in your hand. It's not good to draw, because it does, as opposed to Ray, Rose cannot go into Sky Striker A0, which is pretty bad, and that's kind of iffy on it. But of course, Rose is now, you know, while it was already being played in Sky Striker, but it is now more mandatory than ever before, because you need it in the deck for Sky Striker A0 to be an interruption, of course, right? Because this card has a second effect next to being able to search a Sky Striker spell. You contribute this card, special summon Sky Striker, Ray, and Rose from your deck and or grave, then you can destroy a card in the field. In order to resolve this effect, you need to be able to summon both. You cannot just summon Ray and no Rose. You have to have a Rose in deck or graveyard, which means that you're going to have it somewhere. Which means that because Rose is so important now, if you want to play Pot of Desires, you have to probably play a second copy of Sky Striker A's Rose, because otherwise, if you banish the 1 of Rose, you just can't resolve the pop effect of 0 anymore, which is pretty bad if you can't do that. Yeah. Can Striker play Impulse? Dude, look, funnily enough, even though Sky Striker A0 is a light monster, I have seen some people mess around with it, with Dominus Impulse. I wouldn't recommend it, because I do think this card is too important. But it's not like 100% impossible. There's like a world where you can still win the game off of just Kagari and Shizuku because of Lemnis Gate's new addition. Because everything else still works, basically, right? I mean, Rose no effect doesn't really matter, but like, you can still go Kaina, you can still go Shizuku. You can't Hayate, which is sometimes big when you go second. So like, yeah. Maybe you play 1 as a Songs target. Like, I mean, Songs of the Dominators is just like an option for this deck. I don't know how important this card is going to be in the TCG. Not even every version of it plays it in the OCG. This was just the most recent top used Songs of the Dominators. I don't know how important this is, but let's talk about this deck more as like on a general level. Like, I currently am considering playing this deck at the European Championship, because I think it looks really fun. And I think the way this deck interacts with the opponent, the way this deck interrupts the opponent now seems incredibly fun, because it's not about like omni-negating all their stuff or whatever. It just has like, I just think this deck plays really cool. You know, like, take your opponent's cards with Widow Anchor, use Lemnis Gate to non-target bounce, then link on the opponent's turn into a Zeke or Azalea to banish or destroy something. Zero, float, and pop. Like, I just think it's a really fun-looking deck. But I am a little bit worried about a couple of things. First of all, even with the new cards, even with the 0 ability to pop and the Lemnis Gate non-target bounce and link summon into Zeke or Azalea, I feel like this is probably the deck with one of the more fairer end boards in the game, which, I mean, of course, to me is appealing because I think that sounds fun, but it is also somewhat of a downside, let's be real. I mean, this end board is good, but it is not, it's not as powerful as like a Malice end board or whatever. The end board is nothing, basically. Okay, that is definitely an exaggeration. That is not true. The end board is good. I think the end board is good enough to compete. It is not as unfair as other things, but it is a solid end board with a pretty solid backup, like really solid setup for grind games as well. It's not nothing. That is not true. But it is on the weaker side if you compare it to some other decks. Now, I will say, I think this deck is one of the better decks to go second with into the upcoming format. Like, if you just happen to lose the dice roll, because I would still go first with this deck. But if you happen to go second, I think this deck is pretty solid. The one, I mean, I guess it's the elephant in the room, because I know some people in chat have already been saying it. I think my biggest problem with this deck is simply Droll and Lockbird. That is quite simply my biggest issue with this deck. I think if we weren't in a Droll and Lockbird format right now, I would be basically playing this deck for Euros 99% of the time. Not because I think it would be the best deck by far then, but just because I think it would definitely be good enough and I would really enjoy it, and I think I could make it work. And I think the fact that Droll and Lockbird is not only, I mean, saying that Droll and Lockbird is in the format right now would be an understatement. Droll and Lockbird is everywhere, which has me worried about this deck. Maybe not so worried when I get to go first, because, you know, people are there are ways to deal with Droll and Lockbird when you go first. Of course, Called by the Grave is limited in the TCG, but like, you got Called by, you got Talents, you got Thrust for Black Goat or something, or other traps. There's ways to deal with Droll when you go first, because you get your first search or draw or whatever, and then you go like, okay, well, Thrust for Black Goat, set Imperm, set Widow Anchor or whatever, like, it can be fine, right? When you go second and you get drolled behind their board, I think then we have a problem every time, and that's going to happen a decent amount of the time, which is also why I don't think this deck can blind second, because Droll, I think, is too popular for that. Which is a tough one to crack. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why currently, out of the two decks I wanted to play at Euros, if possible, Sky Striker and Vanquish Soul, I'm leaning more towards Vanquish Soul at the moment, because, I mean, it's the deck we're going to talk about next. But that deck, I think, is not nearly as weak to Droll and Lockbird as Sky Striker, funnily enough, because Vanquish Soul searches a lot as well, but Vanquish Soul doesn't care on which turn it does it. So, like, you go first, you summon, you search, you get drolled, you're like, okay, rock, pass, and do it all on your opponent's turn. With this deck, it's a little different. Nonetheless, I think there is a world where Sky Striker is still good enough. There are ways around it. You can also, I have seen I believe it was a deck profile that was from the Sneak weekend, where they played the Sneak with the new cards, and it was a Sky Striker deck profile, I think, that won the tournament, and it was using Drolls in the main deck alongside a cross-out designator for Droll and Ash. So I think that is currently what I would try with Sky Striker. Is like, I had a Sky Striker list that I made. I'm probably going to show it off at some point once I worked on it a little bit more, but my first attempt at the deck was like, I was playing 3 Ash and 3 Droll with Crossout, because I think Crossout is like Ash Blossom is also fairly annoying for the deck sometimes. So I liked the ability to counter those two specifically with Crossout. And then at that point, you have like a couple of hand traps, and then I played mostly spells after that. I didn't play like Imperm or Songs of the Dominators. So yeah. The guy posted notes on his thoughts of the deck, said he's working on an article. Oh, it's the OCG top. Yeah, the OCG top. Yeah. What did I say? Okay. Well, I'll be on the lookout for the article if they end up writing one. But yeah. How does it out a tower? With Sky Striker, how would you out the Lunalight Tower when you go second? That's a good question. You don't. From what I'm seeing right now. And also, if I'm thinking of the list that I had, I don't think you do. I've seen this card. I have seen this card in a lot of Sky Striker decks because of Lunalight, I think. There is Hamp. I don't think you would ever main deck Hamp. But I guess that does give you a realistic way to out a Liger Dancer. It is only once per turn, so if they actually get to double Liger Dancer, then you do have a problem. It does seem to me that this list is pretty heavily siding for Lunalight because they also have Karma Cannon. So like you thrust for Karma Cannon that outs both Liger Dancers, which is pretty good. That's another thing, right? Against Lunalight, they can't really pop your back row, right? In general, so when you play Karma Cannon, you might be able to just set Karma Cannon and then wait a turn and then play the turn after you Karma Cannon away their resources. They have Hound Negate. They do have one spell Trap Negate that you'd have to somehow force, yeah. You'd have to like force that before you thrust, yeah. Because as soon as you thrust and they see the Karma Cannon, they know what's up and they know to not use the Hound on anything else. Yeah, that's difficult. And you Black Goat the towers? I mean, you'd have to Black Goat it before it hits the field. Like you'd have to call Liger Dancer before they summon Liger Dancer, and then they can't make it. But like you can't really. No, once it hits the field, the Black Goat doesn't help you much with removing it. You can, yeah, you can stop them from activating it, but that doesn't help you out it if you don't have an out. That's what I mean. Like you can banish it from grave and say like you can't activate Liger Dancer this turn, but you still can't you still can't out it. Then is the problem. Yeah, that's just another issue to the list of issues with Sky Striker, which is like it's getting to a point where I think this deck is really strong, but just exactly right now, there might be slightly too many issues for me to choose it over Vanquish Soul in the current format. Because, like, your end board is good enough, but not the strongest. Droll and Lockbird messes you up badly. The Lunalight Towers seems to be a real problem. Maybe Malice is also not pleasant when it messes up your spell count in the graveyard with Whitebinder. That can also be a thing. And we don't even have the full extra deck utility. Now, I will say the extra deck utility, I think, is the point that matters the least. I think Sky Striker Ace Camellia, while it was a super awaited card for Sky Striker players, but like with the release of Sky Striker Ace 0, I think Sky Striker Ace Camellia kind of falls off. Like I think this card is not that important anymore after 0 comes out, because the way this the reason why this card was so good is because it was able to send Engage from deck to grave to add it back, so you had access to it, and like now you just do it with 0 instead. Then we have Combined Maneuver Engage 0, which I think is not that important. It's a way to clear boards when you're going second, because when it attacks, if you have Ray and Rose in the grave, you can Raigeki the opponent. This is neat. It's a neat tool when you have to go second. I don't think it's that important. I don't think this card is that important. It would be nice to have, no doubt, but like I don't think it's that big of a problem. Amatsu, on the other hand, would be pretty annoying to not have. You can only special summon prototype Sky Striker Ace Amatsu once per turn. When a monster your opponent controls with 2,000 or more attack activates its effect, you can make the activated effect become destroy a Sky Striker Ace link your opponent controls. When an attack is declared involving this card and an opponent's monster, you can target a Sky Striker Ace monster you control and a card your opponent controls, destroy them. This card is like a significantly better tag out on the opponent's turn than Kaina. Because out of the Sky Striker Link monsters, the ones that Ray can tag out into on the opponent's turn, like the ones that do something are Zero, because you can tag out into Ray Rose, pop a card, Kaina, which stops a monster from attacking, and Amatsu, which is like a lot better than Kaina, because it also punishes attacks, but it also just stops a monster with 2,000 or more attack. Plus, this is also something that you can make when you play into a board. Like it's like when your opponent has, I don't know, any monster with 2,000 or more attack, that they are threatening to summon and use the effect of, like, I don't know, a White Binder against Malice. Like when you make this, you are checking the White Binder for the time being. Or when you make this, you are checking at least one activation. Like the detonator needs 2 pops to pop something instead of just 1. This kind of stuff, right? It's a pretty neat card that I would really like to have, but we don't have it. And I don't think that makes Striker unplayable, but it just adds another point to the list of small little issues that Sky Striker has at the moment. But nonetheless, I think that this deck is going to be interesting, and I think it's a deck, like, my hope personally, and there is a little bit of copium in here, but I don't think it is too unrealistic, is that maybe right now Sky Striker is not super well positioned in the format because Droll and Lockbird is extremely popular. I think that's my biggest issue with the deck. But I think there is a realistic future where they hit Ryziel on the next ban list, whenever that might be. And because Ryziel is the main reason that people play so much Droll and Lockbird right now. It's not even like pure Mitsurugi Droll and Lockbird is not even that good against. It's Ryziel. The Ryziel versions like Heraldic, Onomat, which we're going to look at as well, and like Ryziel Mitsurugi, those decks are the ones that are forcing people to play Droll and Lockbird. There's other stuff that Droll is good against, but that's mostly like tier 2 rogue-ish stuff, like at least popularity-wise. Like Mermail and White Forest are like, Droll is good against them, but they're not as popular to justify main decking 3 Drolls in everything. If they hit Ryziel properly on a future ban list in 1, 2, 3 months, I don't know when, then this deck might be interesting again. If we are in a format where Droll and Lockbird is not the #1 choice, then this deck is interesting, because this deck doesn't care that much about a lot of other stuff. You know, Molcharmi Perulia, you don't care. You summon 1 from the hand max, pretty much. Huvalos is slightly inconvenient, but you can deal with it, you know, like you go 0 pass into a Fuva, that's 1 draw, and you get a decent chunk of setup depending on how it goes. I think it's fine. Bisteals are a problem. Why are Bisteals a problem for this deck? Like, it's not 2019 anymore where you 100% rely on getting Ray back from the grave when they kill your Link monster. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think the only time where a Bisteal would hurt you is if they banish your only copy of Rose. You need Ray? Yeah, but you get one from the deck with 0 on the opponent's turn. If you, depending on how you end and stuff like that. There's no problem if they banish 1 Ray with a Bisteal. Like, it's not like a Bisteal is a bad card against you, but it's not like a problem. It really isn't. Banishing Rose is more annoying, but like Rose usually isn't in the grave, right? Like the first time you summon Rose, I think is mostly from the deck with 0. So at the point where they can Bisteal your Rose, you already have used the 0 effect to destroy once, right? So I don't think that's the biggest problem. Most of the time, but if you enter a big grind game, it becomes an issue. It can, yeah, it can, but I wouldn't call it a huge problem for the deck. Oh yeah, so that's Sky Striker. As much as I would like to play this deck, I am leaning more towards the next candidate, which of course is Vanquish Soul, which by far has the most entries here from the OCG at the moment, because it is by far the best deck in the OCG at the moment. And I don't think the last OCG ban list is going to change anything about that, because the only thing The only thing the recent OCG ban list did to this deck is ban Paradise Smasher, which I don't even think is that important. Now, the thing that I want to talk about, and the thing that I feel like is the biggest question for this deck, is the fact that, of course, in the OCG right now, this deck is the best deck in the format, but it is also being paired with a secondary engine that is pretty strong. And that's the K9 cards, of course. And we are not going to have these cards for the EUWCQ and the NAWCQ until the end of July, basically. These cards are in Justice Hunters, and Justice Hunters comes out pretty much I think it's the last weekend of, or the last week of July, so after both NAWCQ and EUWCQ, so we won't be able to play K9 Vanquish Soul. Now, the question remains, is Vanquish Soul maybe good enough already without the K9 cards? And while the K9 cards are incredibly strong, I will say after my first couple of attempts with this deck, I do still think that this deck is capable of performing even without the K9 cards. Even though it's only going to be for a very short period of time, because once the K9 cards come out, I'm sure people are going to play those two together. I think for the month of July, where we don't have the K9 cards yet, I think this deck is an option. Currently, at least, I'm pretty optimistic that I can play this deck at Euros. And once again, the deciding factor on whether I'm going to play this deck at Euros or not is not whether it's the best deck in the format by far. Like, I'm willing to play this deck if it's the third best deck or something, behind Malice or Ryziel Mitsurugi or whatever, because I just want to play this deck. You know, I really want to play this deck. I think it looks really fun. But like, I think it could be up there. I personally think it could be like a top 3, top 4, top 5 decks in the current format. I need more testing to see if that's actually the case, but I think this deck is pretty strong. I don't know if it's going to be better than Malice, but look, if let's say this deck is slightly worse than Malice, I'm still going to play this deck, is how I'm feeling about it. So the reason why I think this deck is so powerful, of course, we've talked about it already in the last TCG discussion, but I think Holy Sue is by far what I'm struggling to really think of a better legacy support card in a long time for an archetype. Like, I'm trying to think of another support card, like one singular support card that was so perfect for a deck as Vanquish Soul Holy Sue. Like, I don't know if I can think of another card that is this level of perfect for the deck. Mathmech Circular, I guess. You know, honestly, the card is not exactly circular, but it is comparable to how perfect Circular was for Mathmech, right? Double Helix, yeah, it's literally a crazy level of legacy support, which makes me think, like, you know, we've talked about how good the deck building pack archetypes have been recently, right? Like the amount of decks out of deck build packs that were really strong is pretty crazy, right? And one of the exceptions to this was actually Vanquish Soul, right? Vanquish Soul was a deck that, even though I really liked it when it came out, it never really had that sort of breakthrough performance that other deck building pack decks had. Like, because there was a lot of them that had like they weren't good right away, but they got support and then they became strong. Like Pearly, like Rescue Ace, like Labyrinth, like a lot of deck building pack archetypes have become meta recently. Recently in the last like 2 or 3 years, deck build packs have been significantly more impactful to the meta than some other packs, I would argue. Even some core sets are not as impactful as some of these deck building packs these days. And Vanquish Soul was one of the exceptions. Of course, there's other decks that weren't super strong out of deck build packs, but like Vanquish Soul was one that I was particularly disappointed in, that it didn't actually take off, because I thought the deck was really fun. And now Vanquish Soul Holy Sue basically makes this deck, I think this card alone is good enough to make this deck a lot more powerful, but Vanquish Soul start is also a huge deal for this deck, of course. Like the ability to now start your plays with Mad Love is crazy. Now let's think about how this deck is going to see play in the TCG. And I think, luckily for us, I think the making the shift away from Canine Vanquish Soul to regular Vanquish Soul is not that difficult, because as good as the Canine cards are in this deck, they are basically just quote unquote more hand traps / non-engine that have the right attributes for you, right? Like they are good, but like it's not like the deck changes entirely if you just play other non-engine instead. Of course, you're going to lose a lot of the rank 5 toolbox, and they are going to be whatever other hand traps you play instead of the Canine cards, they are going to be worse hand traps. And being able to make like some of the make a Ripper or something, like you can transform your Vanquish Soul cards into the Canine engine as well. So you're gonna miss that option even when you don't draw any of the Canines. You can't get into it. Like for example, overlaying Holy Sue and Jiaolong into a Ripper is no longer a play. But like still, I think Vanquish Soul has what it takes to become a top meta deck for a couple of reasons. I think the deck is now consistent enough. I think if you play enough fire and dark attributes to make Holy Sue a starter consistently, I think the deck is consistent enough because you've got Holy Sues, you got Raisin, you got Mad Love, you got Stake Your Soul, which is a starter if you draw it with any dark or fire, which is fine. Or even, I mean, with an Earth and other attributes, you can get Holy Sue immediately. And you can even play, you have Rhoda and you have Vanquish Soul start, which can sometimes help you get going if you draw it with like a random Vanquish Soul that it doesn't play, which this deck doesn't run. But so that I think that's enough starters to make it a consistent deck for Vanquish Soul. And I think there's another thing that was missing for Vanquish Soul, which is the ceiling. Right? Like Vanquish Soul was always just a little bit light on ceiling, because even the best Vanquish Soul hands would be limited to something like, okay, I'm going to draw a card or two with Borger, one going first, one on my opponent's turn. I can search some stuff with Jiaolong. That's cool. I can maybe summon Raisin in the right column to pop something from my opponent with my Rock of the Vanquisher. But if they imperm the Rock of the Vanquisher, then I get that I lose a significant portion of my interruptions, because then I can't go Raisin and pop something. You have Caesar Valius to pop a card, but I'm going to be honest with you, getting all 3 attributes for Caesar Valius was not always that easy, because you were missing, like, usually you were missing the Earth in rotation. Because very often you would search Caesar Valius, but you'd be missing another Earth, because there wasn't really another good Earth that was easy to access for Vanquish Soul. And what you were also not always able to set up was the Vanquish Soul trap card, which was one of the most powerful. It was one of the most powerful end board pieces for Vanquish Soul, but you weren't always able to search it because you had to basically either hard draw Mad Love, or you needed to use your Raisin search on Mad Love, which sometimes significantly limited the amount of other things you could do. You know, like if you have to go Raisin for Mad Love into the trap, there's no guarantee you have even an Earth monster in your hand to resolve the trap. And so like, it always felt like it was missing something. And even if you were lucky enough to have everything, you still only basically had a Raisin pop, a Caesar pop, and the Snow Devil Raigeki, which was not bad, but also not always enough against a lot of decks in the format. And now the thing, just the existence of Holy Sue and Vanquish Soul Start, I think, is going to change this deck fundamentally to a point where this deck's end board is now really, really strong. It's incredibly difficult to break a Vanquish Soul board now if they properly set up. Which the thing is now with Holy Sue, you will always have all the attributes in rotation, because Holy Sue is an Earth that after you've used its effect, you can just return it to your hand to summon Borger or Valius, and then you have the Earth in your hand for the rest of the turn. And it's incredibly easy for this deck now to juggle the attributes, to always have the attributes you need to activate every single one of these effects. Like, it is very realistic that a Vanquish Soul player going first, if they have a starter, are able to resolve every single Vanquish Soul effect that they want to, right? Which means that on the opponent's turn, this deck now gets to consistently do the following things. You get to raise and pop a monster. You get to Mad Love bounce an opponent's monster with low defense. You get to take control of an opponent's monster with Vanquish Soul Holy Su. You get to pop a card with Caesar Valius. And if they can play through all of that, you can use Vanquish Soul Snow Devil to Raigeki their board and make your board indestructible by card effects for the rest of the turn. Alongside the fact that Vanquish Soul Start makes one of your Vanquish Souls unable to be destroyed by battle as well by revealing a Vanquish Soul from your hand. So the combination of Snow Devil and Start makes it so that, like, basically your board can't really die. You have multiple pops, a bounce, a steal, and a Raigeki for everything. And on top of all that, even if that somehow miraculously is not enough, you have probably drawn 2 extra cards with Heavy Borger in a deck that can play a decent amount of non-engine. Right? They are not playing they are not playing that much non-engine here in this build if you don't count the K9 cards, even though they are kind of non-engine, but like all of these K9 cards are probably going to be replaced by non-engine in the TCG, right? So like you have room in this deck for upwards of, I mean, it is probably around 15 plus non-engine without a problem. And so you're gonna be there with a decent amount of disruption on the opponent's turn after drawing with Borger. So I think this deck's end board is looking incredible, and I think there's a couple of advantages that this deck could have in the upcoming format over other decks, which is the fact that this deck can basically play almost in its entirety on the opponent's turn. Which is pretty crazy if you think about it, because the current format is dominated by quote-unquote turn skips. And I think this deck is the deck in the game that cares the least about turn skips. Because if you get Charmeat in this deck, you can just say go and do the things on your opponent's turn. Most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. If you get rolled, the same thing applies. If you get rolled, you can just call it a day after you get your first search, pass the turn, and do most of the things on your opponent's turn. How good is it into Nibiru? So this deck has the ability to completely... Basically, it's up to the player. I personally think Nibiru is terrible against this deck if played properly. Because I think this deck's full setup does not need more than 4 summons, no matter how you draw with this deck. I think Nibiru should never be activatable against a good Vanquish Soul player unless they have to commit into like let's say they have like 1 or 2 other hand traps that force you to commit more. Yeah. How will it out at towers? So this is where I guess we can discuss how this deck will be adjusted for the TCG. Because basically there is, I personally, I've seen people play in the OCG. Not this list doesn't do it. Why is this here? Is this a mistake? Am I tripping? That has to be wrong, right? There's no way. That's just a mistake on the site. That makes no sense. Probably a third Rescue Ace Impulse, right? What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I think a somewhat realistic win con, at least against one Liger Dancer, is that you just burn them to death, right? Because only the Liger Dancer is unaffected. Everything else you can interact with. And the field spell and the trap make it so that you can maybe stop your stuff from being destroyed. And you just summon like a bunch of Vanquish Souls, protect them with these two, and just pop everything else they try to do, and resolve Borger Burn a couple of times. It's a matchup I'd have to practice. I don't know exactly how easy that would be, but you can out it, I think. I've seen people play Kurikara in this deck. I've seen people play Kaijus just as like 1 or 2 ofs. I think that's more of an OCG thing because of Maxi. Like they like to play like 1 copy of Kaiju or 1 copy of Kurikara, because if I Maxi my Lunalight opponent and they just go, okay, well I'll pull through, then you probably draw that card. I don't know if it's the same in the TCG with like Fuvalos. Speaking of Fuvalos, I think that is the most interesting question, and that's also the question that I don't have an answer to yet for myself with Vanquish Soul, is what non-engine do you play in Vanquish Soul? Because Vanquish Soul has this interesting and weird dynamic where you kind of really want your non-engine to be the right attributes, because it really does help the consistency in this deck if you have the right attributes in your hand. And I think that becomes even more important with Vanquish Soul Holy Sue, because, I mean, we've talked about it before, but Vanquish Soul Holy Sue is hands down the best hand trap in this deck, and it's not even close. Like, when you draw this card with the right attributes, it's crazy. Because let's say you draw this card with a fire and a dark. Drawing Vanquish Soul Holy Sue with a fire and a dark basically equals full setup for you plus 2 pops as a hand trap, which is crazy value. It's 2 pops and basically you have a board already and you have follow up the next turn. Because what you do when you draw this thing with a fire and a dark is you wait for your opponent. Let's say your opponent normal summons a Dormouse, right? And you go, okay, Holy Sue special into not the column of Dormouse. That's the only important thing. You have to not summon into the Dormouse column. Then you go Holy Sue effect, reveal fire and dark to special Raisin from the deck into the column of the Dormouse. Then you go Raisin effect to add Caesar Valius from your deck to your hand, which means you at this moment have fire, dark, and earth in your hand. So you can use fire, dark to destroy the Dormouse in Raisin's column. And then if they have a way to extend, let's say they special a Bestial or a March Hare to bring back the Dormouse from Banished, what you can do is you can use Caesar Valius to return the Holy Sue to your hand, which means you had Fire, Dark, and Earth in your hand beforehand. The Earth was Caesar, so the Caesar is now on the board, but the Holy Sue is back in your hand, so you still have Earth, Fire, Dark. So you can use Valius to non-target pop the Extender as well, or the Dormouse in this scenario, right? So like 1 Holy Sue with the right attributes is double pop, and you have perfect follow-up, and you even have a board already, which is nuts. That is nuts for a going second card, which is just another reason as to why this card is definitely the best support card a deck has probably maybe ever gotten. It's definitely up there, maybe top 3 or something. So I feel like a lot of your non-engine should be fire and darks. And one engine that I really want to play in this deck, because I also think it's incredibly fun. Because when I'm thinking fire and dark non-engine, my drawing loving ass head immediately thinks of cards like Rescue Ace Impulse and Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, both fire and dark. That don't really stop your opponent, but they give you they are the right attributes, and they do give you more access to they give you higher chances of drawing your Holy Sue, basically, right? Because your opponent starts playing, you don't have Holy Sue just yet, or you're missing the right attributes. Like let's say you're missing a fire, then your opponent makes a link, you go Phantasme, draw 2, maybe you have the right attributes after. And the same is true for the Rescue Aces. So those are just cards that I would really like to play in this deck. So my current version of the deck has those cards. Of course, basically at that point, you are putting a lot of eggs into one basket, quote unquote, right? You are putting a lot of eggs into the Holy Sue basket. Like if you have a Phantasme and it doesn't get you to Holy Sue, then maybe it hasn't achieved that much. And also with Phantasme in particular, I mean, both of those packages have a small downside. With Phantasme, the downside is that Ryziel is in the format, and there are some Ryziel decks that will never link summon, which is a problem. Of course, you can side it out, however, but like it's a little bit of a risk if you main deck Phantasme and then you go second and it's Ryzeal. This and with Impulse, the downside is of course having to play the Fire Attacker. Now, I will say I think the Fire Attacker is not the biggest problem, because at the end of the day, I think fire is the most important attribute for this deck. So worst case scenario, if you draw a Fire Attacker, at least it's still a fire that you can reveal for everything, right? Which is okay. It's just basically going to be in your hand until you find. I mean, you can Phantasme it back, which is kind of cool. But that's also niche. That's not always going to work. But yeah. So that's something I was considering. There's other non-engine that you can play that has the correct attributes. So I think you have a lot of choices when it comes to countering the metagame with this deck. Like, for example, DD Crow is interesting. Ghost Bell is pretty good in the TCG right now. You know, Ghost Bell is not bad against Malice, and it's also good against Mitsurugi. But also, I do think Earth is the worst attribute out of the three in this deck. Like, Earth is the least important, because you want Fire and Dark in every hand. Like, those are the ones that let you special with Holy Sue, which is the more important effect. And it's also the ones you need if you draw Stake Your Soul. You need an Earth or a Dark if you have Stake Your Soul. Stake Your Soul with an Earth monster like Bell is not nearly as good. Like, if I have to Stake Your Soul with the Holy Sue, like into Holy Sue, I still need Fire and Dark anyways to do something with it, right? And the same is true for Caesar. Like, I can summon Caesar, but if I don't have Fire and Dark, then it doesn't do anything, right? So Fire and Dark is always the higher priority. So I don't actually know if Bell makes the cut. I don't know if Bell makes the cut simply because Earth is by far the least important attribute in this deck. And I think if you are looking for graveyard interaction with the right attribute, I think Crow and Bystials come to mind that probably are stronger. And depending on how the format shapes up, I think those cards are decent right now. I mean, DD Crow is a solid card against Mitsurugi. DD Crow is a good card against Mermail. DD Crow is even not bad in the mirror, because you can banish like Raisin when they try to add it back with the rock, which can be valuable. So, like, you know, DD Crow has applications in most matchups, right? You can go DD Crow against Sky Striker as well, if that's a thing. DD Crow was probably decent against Lunalight. Like, DD Crow just seems very valuable in the upcoming format. So I think DD Crow is likely to be a thing. And then the biggest question, I suppose, is how many cards would you want to play that don't have the right attributes, right? Like, how many hand traps are you willing to play that don't have the matching attribute in this deck? Like, how valuable is, let's say, a Molcharmi in this deck? Let's say Fuvalos, right? Because conceptually, Molcharmi Fuvalos is crazy in this deck if you open it, right? Like, if you go second and you Fuva your opponent, cards that draw more cards are the craziest in this deck in particular, right? Like, playing into a Fuva against Vanquish Soul is madness, because they are gonna, if they draw Holy Sue, the game ends, because you can't extend to punish the Holy Sue. Like, if you play into Fuva or into Perulia too much, like, it's done, you know? Of course, the problem with those cards is that they do nothing when this deck goes first. And the other problem, in a world where you do play Phantasme and Rescue Aces in this deck, the Charmies are also bad draws off of those cards. You know, if I draw a Charmy off of Phantasme, of course I can shuffle it back, but it still has kind of like not had a purpose then, right? Like, I didn't really get to do anything with it. And sometimes you draw like you draw Holy Sue and you don't have the right attributes. It can be awkward. So in a perfect world, I would like to play no non-engine that has the wrong attributes, quote unquote, right? Like, I wouldn't be playing the Charmies if I don't absolutely have to. Now, the problem is, maybe going second, you still absolutely have to. Like, at the very minimum, you're gonna side deck some Charmies in this deck, I think. But like, it's questionable whether this deck in particular wants to main deck it. There is one engine that used to be very popular in Vanquish Soul in the past that I would not expect to see play at all right now. I don't think it's good, and that's Kashtiras. I think Kashtiras are not good in this deck anymore, simply because they do a couple of things that are bad for this deck. First of all, they have terrible synergy with Holy Su, because when you go second, you typically have something on the board if the deck goes right. Fenrir being Earth, like we said earlier, is the least important attribute. And when you're going first, you like all the good setup. Let's talk about Nibiru for a second, because all the good setups in Vanquish Soul are 4 summons, and if you summon a Fenrir beforehand, you get cooked by Nibiru for no reason. So the reason why this deck should not lose to Nibiru is because the 4 summons you should make in your main phase are always basically Vanquish Soul Raisin, Dr. Madlove, Holy Su, and Rock. Those are the only 4 summons that you should perform in your main phase. If you, I think at least, I think those should always be the 4 summons you make in the TCG before K9. I'm talking TCG before K9 right now. Your setup should always be those 4 summons in your main phase with the field spell. That's going to set you to trap in the end phase. If you play the hand in the right order, you can even potentially still have the Holy Su effect open to special in the end phase. So let's say you open Dr. Madlove, okay? Let's say you open Dr. Madlove and your hand has a good amount of different attributes. You can go Madlove into start, search Raisin, link Madlove into Rock, special Raisin, search Holy Su, special Holy Su, right? And once you've done that, you might be tempted to go like, oh, I'm going to go Holy Su to special and I'm going to keep going and stuff like that. At that point, your board is Rock, Raisin, Holy Su, plus start. What you want to do with that setup is you want to go to end phase. You want to go ahead and you want to activate start to get the Snow Devil set up. And then you can use Holy Su to special summon more monsters in the end phase. So what you want to do in this instance is you can just go Holy Su, special Borger in the end phase and get your draw anyways. And if you have the right attributes in your hand, you can even, after you reveal the Dark for Borger to draw a card, you can special Jiaolong from your hand and still get your search in the end phase. There's no reason to do the Jiaolong or the Borger in your main phase unless you absolutely have to. Like, let's say when you normal summon Madlove and they impermit and you have a Borger in hand, of course you're going to dodge. But that's a different story then. Then you can reconsider after you do that. But if you do just the normal combos for this deck, you don't have to do more than 4 summons in the main phase. Which is why Nibiru should never really hit this deck in the TCG. Of course, with K9 cards, it's all different. The combo lines are a little different, and you also have more extension through Nibiru if it does happen. But, yeah. Borger needs to be summoned in main phase with its own effect, yes, but not with Holy Su. Holy Su can do it in the end phase. You can just go Holy Su, activate in end phase, special Borger, and then draw in end phase. Yeah. So, that's how I currently feel about this deck. I maybe you can tell I have put some thought into this deck already. I'm pretty passionate about this. I think currently the chances are higher that I play this deck at Euros than I play Sky Striker. I want to emphasize that I still am not sure how strong this deck really is compared to Malice and or Raziel Mitsurugi, because I think going second the thing is I just think the way this deck tries to win going second is cool. You know, I like the idea of playing like Phantasme and Rescue Aces and trying to go Holy Su instead of just doing the good old I'm a droll you, I'm a charmy you kind of game when I go second. That just looks it looks more fun to me and looks more appealing. And I do if I think there's a chance that's good enough, I am gonna play it. I still think this deck looks somewhat weak going second unless you draw specifically Holy Su. If you draw Holy Su, I think this deck is completely fine going second. But if you don't, and you don't play Charmies, and you don't play Droll, there are some matchups that are going to be difficult, you know, like there's going to be difficult matchups because you might not be able to fully stop them, because you have lower quality non-engine than in the OCG, right? The K9 cards are crazy interruptions as well as crazy hand traps, right? So like these cards are going to be missing when you go second with this deck. Like drawing a DD Crow does not feel the same as drawing Izuna. But I still want to give this deck a fair shot. And I still think going first, it's absolutely good enough. I think going second is going to have to be seen. But yeah. Someone was asking earlier how the Nash Knight works. So Nash Knight is a rank 5. This is an option that you can basically already play in the TCG if you want to. Because even though we don't have the K9 cards yet, this deck is still capable of making rank 5s pretty easily if you choose to play some. Because Holy Su Summon Jiaolong is an instant rank 5 already. And Nash Knight is one of the options that they have been using in the OCG. 2 level 5 monsters. It's also, even though I think this card is a common or has a common print, and even that is like 3 euros at the moment, which is kind of crazy. And I don't even think it's that old, but I don't know exactly. Cannot be destroyed by battle while a number monster is on the field. During the main phase quick effect, you can detach 2 materials from this card. Attach a number exceeds from your extra deck to this card as material that has a number between 101 and 107 in its name. Then you can attach 1 other face-up monster on the field to this card as material. You can only use this effect of Nash Knight once per turn. So it is a disruption, right? Quick effect, attach a monster on the field to it and attach a number monster from extra deck to it. But I think more importantly, you can then rank it up into the CXYZ Nash Knight, which can also be XC summoned by using Nash Knight you control, cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can detach a material from this card. Special from your extra deck, a number exceeds that has a number between 101 and 107 using this face-up card you control as material, but destroying during your opponent's next end phase. So what you do is you go Nash Knight, you attach Silent Honor Arc to it, you go Chaos Nash Knight on it, and then that ranks it up into the C101 Silent Honor Dark, which is once per turn, target a special summon monster, attach it to this card as material. When this card is destroyed, special summon from your graveyard. Then gain life points equal to the original of this card. If this card is special summoned this way, don't then target special summon. This card is destroyed. Wait, why is this so good? This is not even the broken one, right? They're not even doing the Masquerade. Isn't Masquerade the crazy thing? Okay, so they're just using this as like removal, right? Because if you do this entire thing, you basically get to removal multiple cards, right? This is just a removal option. This is just Nash Knight attaches 1. Then you go into the C101, which also attaches another one. So it basically gets to double suck the opponent. Crazy stuff. Okay, but there's another one. Oh no, this was the same list. I think Masquerade is the one that's absolutely nuts. Okay, they also play this one. Also, I think a quick note about Vanquish Soul Rocks. This is the least important support card in the new set. I do think it's going to be played in the TCG for sure. In the OCG, they don't play it at the moment because they have a huge amount of like rank 5 toolbox in here. It's not the same for the TCG. I think Vanquish Soul Rocks is going to have a slot in the TCG. Just trying to find the Masquerade right now. Dude, they all play the Honor Arc. Here it is, this one, yeah. So you do the same thing with Nash Knight, where you attach, instead of attaching Honor Arc, you attach Masquerade to it. Oh, this list is also main decking Phantasme and Impulse. This is based. Attach this to Nash Knight, then Nash Knight ranks up into C Nash Knight, and then C Nash Knight ranks up into C104 Umbral Horror Masquerade, which is, it destroys a spell trap, but it also is, if this card has number 104 Masquerade as an Xyz material, it gains this effect. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when a monster is activated on your opponent's side of the field, you can detach an Xyz material from this card, negate the activation, then you can send a random card from your opponent's hand to the graveyard, and if you do, half your opponent's life points. This is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy. Check the price of C104. Yeah, these cards have a lot of these random chaos numbers have gone up in price because of, you know, this. So C104, oh yeah, dude. C104 is, dude, you get like a completely destroyed one for 15 bucks. Is that the only print of the card? Oh no, there's ulti as well. Thank God. Okay. Yeah, this is a super rare from Judgment of Light, which I think is like a set from 2015 or something. The ulti is like 85. Dude, I think I ordered some of these like a while ago. I don't know if it was this one. I ordered one of them as an ulti, I think. It might be this one. But that was like months ago. Like I think I was reading one of the servers on my Discord channel. One of the channels on my Discord server, that way around, and they were talking about how some of the chaos numbers were starting to go up. And I think I bought one of these. I think it was this one. But it was I only made the good call because I was looking at at the Discord. Otherwise I could never. But yeah. What about is the other one going up as well? The Silent Honor Dark? Probably, right? Oh, but that has reprints. Okay, that's different. Because this one has a bunch of, like, this one has a common. That's probably not a problem. Yeah. Yeah. This one's not that. This one's not expensive. That's good. Does this one have an ulti as well? They're all so old. They might have, this one has an ulti. Yeah, but the ulti is expensive. Yeah. Judgment of the Light was the Spellbook of Judgment set. Oh, I think you're right. I think it is the Judgment of the Spellbook of Judgment set. This is 2013 then, even not even 2015. Yeah. What about C107? Wait, which one is C107? Well, that's a Maze of the Master rare. There's no way that's expensive. Yeah, that's not a problem. I guess the only problem is really the one that doesn't have a reprint, which is the Masquerade one. Which I think is the one I ordered like months ago, so that's good. C106. Okay, dude. Okay, at this point, we're gonna go through all of them. All right, C106. It's just 7. Giant Red Hand. I've never seen this one played. Yeah, this one's not worth anything. All right, C105. Before anyone asks, what is C105? Battling Boxer, dude. 2 cents. Not a problem. We looked at C104. What is C103? Ragnarfinity. Ragnarfinity has 1 print as a rare from Primal Origin, and that is slowly creeping up. But I think that is because of different reasons. I don't think they played this one ever in K9 Vanquish Soul. I think this one was like 7th Tachyon. This was the one that you used, like, because it's a fairy rank 5, you can search Lancia with it. But it's also water, I guess, so like shark decks can play it. Because I remember for Lancia, you can also play a different one. Because for Lancia, you can also just play the Masquerade. Right? For Lancia, you can play the regular number 104 because that is a fairy. No, it's light. Right? Oh no, wait, it's not the right level though. You need the rank 5. So which one can you do for Lance? There's another one, C102. Okay, that's the one we're gonna look at next anyways. Ah, yeah, the Seraph. This, oh no, oh wait. Maybe this is the one I ordered. Oh, I think this might be the one I ordered. I think I remember ordering this one. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it's still not. It's still more than what I paid for it. So this one was still good, but I'm not gonna need this one right now. I might need the other one. Maybe I ordered both. Copium. I'd have to check. I'd have to check. I'm gonna check later. I'll update you. Yeah, I agree. It's still a good card to have. But a moment ago, I thought I owned this one in Ulti. Which one was it? Yeah, I thought it was this one, and this one is way more expensive. It would be nicer if I owned this one than this one. But I'm like 99% sure I ordered this one. I'm not sure if I ordered both. Because I remember looking into the chaos numbers a while ago and getting some of them just to be ready. But I don't know if I got this one. I don't know. Damn it. Okay, well, C102, C101 is the Silent Honor Dark. Okay, so we've looked at all of them now. You can stop asking about other chaos numbers. It's okay, at least you're not me and accidentally forgot to remove your C104 on Card Market, accidentally sold it for 15 like a month ago. I thought you were this dip right now. I was looking at the graph and I was like, you know what? This dip right here, this might be Herman. But then the dip says 31. So that's not, you're not even, you're way lower than that. You're off the charts. Man. Okay. Dude, okay. Well, but on another note, on a more positive note, it seems like this is the one that you read and it reads super fancy, right? It's the one where you read it and you're like, oh, that's broken. Negate a monster effect, random card discarded, and half their life points. This seems like a crazy card. But it seems like in practice, a lot of them are actually preferring the other option here, which is the Silent Honor Dark package, because maybe it's like, okay, the removal is actually more important sometimes when you're going second than like a even bigger auto win button for going first. Right? This is the one that's going second where you can suck some of their stuff. Yeah. See, this deck does play Charmies. Only three, but this deck does play Charmies. Because that's the thing you have to realize with this deck, dude. It's a nightmare to give them more cards. Like, it's a nightmare to give them more draws when you go first. Because it's so dangerous. This is probably one of the most dangerous decks to give extra draws. Because if they draw Holy Sue, it's Giga over. Oh yeah. I think Vanquish Soul looks really cool. I like this deck. I think it has a chance to perform in the TCG. I do know, however, that I do have a tendency to cope more on decks that I just like. That is definitely a thing. I am not free of that. You know, sometimes I am guilty of a little copium, and I interpret more like what's it called? More I think decks have more potential sometimes than they actually have, just because I want them to work so much. And I think that could also be the case with Vanquish Soul before K9. But ultimately, I think that's okay. Because like I said earlier, I am willing to play this deck even when it is just a little bit worse than other decks. Like if this deck is just a little bit worse than Mitsurugi, Ryziel, or Malice, then I'm playing this deck. If it's a lot worse in testing than Malice and Mitsurugi Ryziel, then I'm probably not playing it. But if it is just a little bit weaker, then I'm willing to accept that. But yeah. Another deck that I wanted to bring up because I actually want to try it. I don't think this deck is going to be good enough for the European Championship, but I did see that it topped. We've already talked about it. We've already looked at this list at some point. But I wanted to bring up Archmage real quick because I think this deck looks pretty fun to me, at least. That's, I think it's worth talking about because I think this one is the most likely. This is one of the most likely decks to receive strong support in the future, right? Just based off based off recent years, I think it'd be unreasonable to not expect this deck to become good, right? Yeah. Will you talk about the TCG tournament policy changes? What changed? Is there big news in there, or is it like nothing? It's nothing? Okay, well then no. Then I'm not gonna react to it if there's no important changes. Okay. Anyways, Archmage. So I don't know how familiar everyone is with Archmage yet, but I have read all the cards, and I will say, while I do not think this deck is good right now, I think they have a bunch of really high quality cards. Like basically all of the spell cards for this deck are pretty strong, and all the monsters also just have pretty good effects, to the point where if they just make, I don't know, one more good main deck card and one more good extra deck card for this deck, I could see this deck popping off already. And chances are this deck is getting more than one main deck card. You know, this is the new main lore archetype. This is the main reason why I'm waiting for Doom of Dimension spoilers so eagerly, right? Like, I want to see what Doom of Dimension has for this deck in particular. Because these cards 100% have the potential to be top tier. Like, and I don't even know if that's a good thing, because right now I think the deck looks fun, but like, I mean, you know, there was a time, I remember a time where I was excited for Snake Eyes at some point, and then they got crazy support, and then I was not excited anymore. So it's up in the air whether this deck will be that, or like, I don't know. Basically, I think as much as this might be controversial, I think Branded is an example of a lore deck that was done really well. I think the execution for Branded was pretty darn strong in terms of like how they did it, because Branded was always meta relevant, still is arguably meta relevant, especially in Master Duel. But it was never like a tier 0 situation where it just took over the game completely and was like unbearable. Now, Branded was not perfect. I just think Branded was really well executed, but there were time frames where Branded like it wasn't super powerful, but it was pretty toxic when it did like Sanctifier into Gimmick Puppet or Expulsion into Gimmick Puppet. So there were mistakes with Branded, I think. It wasn't perfect, but it is still overall, in terms of power level, in terms of representation, in terms of meta relevance, I think Branded was pretty well done. And so basically the question is, will this be Branded or will this be Snake Eye? Right? That's my big question, because if it's like Branded in terms of power level, then I think it's going to be pretty cool. Because if they just give this deck a little bit more support to make it playable but not make it overbearingly broken, then I'd be a pretty big fan of that. Because I think the playstyle, I think this deck looks more fun than Branded. I'll say it. I think this deck looks more fun than Branded because it doesn't have the reliance on one spell card as much, like with Branded Fusion. It kind of looks like a more fun approach to a fusion deck. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't hate Branded, but I think this one looks cooler if it gets proper support. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. For now, this is a list that we could basically play card for card in the TCG. Of course, we would be switching around some non-engine. I want to say this list might be blinding second, because they're playing Dark Ruler, Lightning Storm, Super Poly, and very few hand traps. It might be a blind second list. At the same time, you are always incentivized to play... you are incentivized to play a lot of spell traps in this deck, because the field spell, the Acropolis, is... it requires you to discard a spell trap, and then declare an Archmage to add it from your deck to your hand. Which is another thing. I don't know how much Droll and Lockbird is an issue for this deck, because most of them, it does a fair bit of searching, right? Like the field spell is not once per turn to search. You do have to discard a spell trap every time when you want to search with this. So that is I think it's an interesting concept because like non-once per turn to search a bunch of cards seems pretty broken, but when you have to discard a spell trap every time, maybe it's fine. But basically the one copy of the field spell can search your entire deck. So it should be hyper consistent. It seems very consistent for now. It's like that's what this deck has right now. It has incredible amounts of consistency, but it doesn't have the crazy payoff yet. So that's all that's missing. Like one other really good fusion monster, or maybe like one other really good main deck engine piece, and this deck is there because the field spell is consistency. This card is crazy because it just adds Medius the Pure from your deck to your hand and has bonus and is a continuous card, enabling all your other extenders. This card is crazy because it gives you the field spell, or if you already have the field spell, you add any other Archmage card from your deck to your hand. Plus it negates attacks, which is cool. And then all the monsters are also pretty high quality. So I do think I'm planning to test this deck into TCG even before new support. I'm planning to like make a build for it, bring it to locals, see what I can do with it, and then make a video out of it. That's the very minimum I'm going to do with this deck for now. I don't think I'm going to consider it for the European Championship. It's not good enough for that, I think. But it is good enough to try. At least on like a conceptual level, to understand what's going on. They need 3 types for the effects to be quick effects. Yeah, I know, but I think that's not a problem for this deck. You'll see that if you start Medius and you get Imperm, that's a big issue. Yeah, I think the best card to start is actually this one, right? Because this one is called Archmage, and all of the other... Like, I was thinking about making a version of the deck where you play more copies of these Archmages. Because all of them say... If you control an Archmage, you can special it from hand and then +1, right? I mean, all of them. There's only 3. But Graflair is special from hand and then set an Archmage spell. This one is special from hand, draw a card. Love me some of that. And Littera is special from hand and add an Archmage card from your graveyard back to your hand. So all 3 of these, if you have an Archmage card on the field, they just summon out for free and go +1, which is pretty cool. And so I think the most important card in this deck is actually the field spell and the Vandalism card. I don't know what it's called. This is the OCG name, Vandalism Assault. I think it has a different name in the TCG. I think maybe it is the right name because the other ones are also called Archmages already, whereas in the OCG they were called Archmagia. Let me check what the name of the card is real quick. Archmage. Oh no, it is Vandalism Assault. It is that name. Okay, it is the right name. Okay. Yeah, I think these 2 are the most important because they give you an Archmage card on the board instantly, so everything else can be special, right? Luckily, the deck has 9 copies of these cards already. You got Acropolis 3 times, you got Assault 3 times, and you got the Alteration 3 times. So you got 9 cards plus terraforming plus whatever that instantly enable all of these guys to be special summoned. So I think there's a world where you play more copies of these cards because like what's the downside? You just go special Finmail, draw a card. Special Graflair, set a spell from your deck. Like it's all free. It's all plus. As long as you draw an Archmage card that you can put onto the field first, you just cook. Anyone else dislike decks that don't run all 3 card types? What, like, you mean in, like, monster spell traps? I tend to like decks that go really heavy on one of them. I have noticed this specifically with Duelist Advance, because Duelist Advance has support cards for 3 decks that I really like that really excessively play one type of card, right? So I thought about this. It has Vanquish Soul support, which is like 90% monsters. It has Sky Striker support, which is 90% spells. And it has Trapaholic, which is Paleo support somewhat. Not directly, but I mean, it does help Paleo a lot. And it's like, that's 90% traps or more. So I think that's... I noticed that like when I was thinking about that a couple of days ago, I just happened to like some of these decks that go really heavily on one card type. I mean, not all of them, of course. There's like all monster decks that are cringe, like super heavy or whatever. But specifically super heavy spell decks or a super, I guess not all super heavy trap decks are cool, but super heavy spell decks I tend to like Runic or Sky Striker or whatever. Oh no, I like spells. But yeah. I was wondering when I was looking at this list and I was looking at Archmage cards and I was thinking about how to potentially make a list to bring the like locals maybe next week to try the deck out. I was wondering if maybe you should put some more emphasis on playing some spell traps that are good discards for the field spell, because you have such consistent access to the field spell. It feels like you would want to have something that gets value when discarded. I mean, they play one copy of the Black Goat Laughs, sure. But like, are we really not going to play other spell traps that do something in the graveyard? Like, we can go ahead and play, I don't know, Metal Foes Fusion. We can play other stuff that has good. We can side deck like for Ryziel, you can side deck like Mischief of the Gnomes or something like that. Like, is there really nothing that we can play in this deck that makes for good discards for the field spell? Archmage Runic. You know what? As funny as it is on every new archetype to go like, I learned about Archmage Runic, I don't think that makes sense here, right? Because you don't want to overwrite the field spell, do you? Special summon an Archmage. I had this card at the sneak. I had this card at sneak preview to summon one copy of Medius from my deck, but I resolved it 0 times because I always drew the Medius before I drew the trap. Special one Archmage or Medius from your deck. Also for the rest of this turn, the activation of your cards and effects that include an effect that fusion summon a fusion monster cannot be negated. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. You can banish this card from your grave, target an Archmage you control, return that monster to your hand, extra deck. And if you do, destroy a card your opponent controls. Yeah, this seems like this is the kind of card that I would play in this deck, right? Because you play just one copy, because if you draw it, you can discard it for the field spell, and it gives you a pop in the grave, which is neat. And even if you don't want to discard it, it's not the worst thing to just set and do on your opponent's turn. Because it does give you a fusion on the opponent's turn, right? You can go Archmage Pact, special Medius the Pure on special summon, special summons the Power Patron, which unfortunately is the only one that we have at the moment, but we do have it. And then you can go quick effect fusion summon, which is neat. You can add it back with the level 3. Yeah, you discard it. You can discard it for Acropolis and then add it back with Littera. The only problem, quote unquote, with this card, which is like, I mean, it's probably good balancing, but it's also somewhat unfortunate if you're trying to make the deck work, is the fact that this is one of those cards where you would really, really love if you could use both effects on the same turn, right? Like, if you could use the first effect to special Medius and then also use the graveyard effect to pop a card your opponent controls in the same turn, it'd be crazy. This card is also really cool on your own turn, actually, right? Like, this is like, you discard it. Like, let's say you're going second and you play into a board or a half board or whatever, right? Like, let's say you go discard Awakening or Acropolis. You have a quick effect, basically dodge, right? And pop. Because this is, it's a quick effect to banish it, bounce one of your Archmages, and destroy a card. So that's really good on your own turn as well. So even the trap card, which is normally the worst card out of a batch of new cards, like even the trap is pretty high quality for this deck. So I don't know, man. Personally, I can't help but think this deck is going to be good eventually. Like, because I think it's even remotely playable right now. Like, let's call it a tier 2 to tier 3 deck. Maybe if we're being generous, tier 2. If we're not believing in it, then maybe tier 3. But like, the card quality is pretty high. So I personally think this deck is going to be good eventually. I don't know. I can't help. I'm really not trying to hype up the cards unnecessarily. Because ultimately there is a chance that they don't give support to this deck directly, because there's technically two archetypes here. Like one of them is Archmage, and the other one is like Medius the Pure as a whole. There is a world where they make more lore cards for this archetype, and they are not related to Archmage. They are only related to Medius the Pure, and it's like a different deck. So basically, like, they could make the Goblin Biker equivalent, where it's not part of, like, it's technically part of the lore, but it is not part of the main deck, you know? Like, I think the lore that was the most split up between different decks was probably Visa Starfrost, where it was just like a bunch of different decks, where a lot of them were good, you know, like Tierlist. But like, it was not technically all in one deck. You know, Monadium was a different deck than Tierlist, and that was a different deck than the whatever others. I mean, the same is true for Branded and whatever, and Scareclaw, and there's a bunch of this stuff. You never know exactly which deck is going to be good and which deck isn't, you know? I don't know. Is Archmage the Goblin Bikers, or is Archmage the Monadium, or is Archmage the Tierlist of the bunch? It's impossible to predict. So really, before you buy these cards, be aware that you're either making a really good deal, or you're either making a really bad deal on, like, let's say you pick up the Acropolis right now, because I think right now it's like $20, because everyone knows that it could be good, because if people didn't think this card had potential, then it wouldn't be $20, it'd be $5, right? Like, it'd be a way worse secret rare if people like didn't think it was eventually going to get good. But people don't know for sure it's going to get good, because if people knew it was going to get good for sure, then it'd be more expensive. So it's weird, right? It's weird to buy these cards right now. But then ultimately, if this deck does get good support, then this card is going to be more than $20. I'm afraid. Like we are one announcement for Doom of Dimension for new Archmage cards. Like, we are one announcement away from this card being like the chase card of the set. Unfortunately, that is a possible reality that we live in, right? Like, that if they drop an announcement tomorrow for Archmage cards in Doom of Dimension, and they are good, then this card is the most expensive card in Duelist Advance. And all of a sudden, it's more expensive than Sky Striker A0, it's more expensive than Lunalight Gold Leo, it's more expensive than Vanquish Soul Holy Sue, because everyone knows that Archmage is going to need three of this card to play, basically, right? And that's kind of like why this card is already more expensive than it should be with how good it is right now. Because right now in the TCG, there's no reason to pay $20 for this card. That is all basically people guessing on how good this card is eventually going to be. Right? So yeah, I just want to clarify that, because I am talking positively about this deck right now, but I do want everyone to be aware that buying this card right now is a little bit of a gamba, you know? You're going to have to decide for yourself whether you want to invest into this or not, which is just, I think I said this already in like a previous stream, but I don't like when this sort of stuff happens, and you basically have to guess on, should I spend $60 on 3 copies of the field spell, which is either going to be a crazy good investment because this card could go up to like 80, or if the support is disappointing, this is more realistically like a $5 card. But yeah, I all I can do basically is talk about what situation we're in, and I can also tell you what I did, and I did get 3 copies of the field spell. I did order it for like, I think 17 or whatever it was. And because I personally think there's a good chance that this deck becomes good. But yeah. For now, I'm going to be saying this deck is more rogue-ish, and I think it looks fun. I'm going to try it. I'm going to probably bring it to locals at some point in the upcoming weeks, and I'm going to report back as to how good it actually was. And maybe we'll spend a stream building it for locals. I could see that being fun, because this deck is very far from solved, I think, because almost no one is playing it in the OCG. This is the first list I have seen for this deck, I think, ever in the OCG topping a tournament. And so I think it could be a fun stream where, like, the day before locals, I just sit here and we build Archmage together and try to make it work. And then I bring it to locals and then report back on how it went. I think that could be a fun little thing we could do in the next couple of weeks at some point. For now, we're gonna move on to the last deck I want to talk about. Then we're gonna do a tier list, and then we're gonna hop into some Master Duel. I think we should have some time left to play some Master Duel in a bit. Onomat Ryziel, I think is a top tier meta contender in the TCG. Long story short, simply because I think this deck is slightly better than Heraldic Ryziel. And Heraldic Ryziel, if we look at current performance in the TCG, is doing decently well. Heraldic Ryziel is a good deck at the moment in TCG. It's not the best deck, I don't think, but it is good. It is arguably it's top 5 decks in TCG at the moment, I'm pretty sure. Like I personally think it's behind before Duelist Advance. I think Heraldic Ryziel is like behind Malice, behind Mitsurugi Ryziel, behind Pure Mitsurugi for me personally. But then you could argue it's like number 4, maybe number 5, depending on what other decks you rate highly. So I think Onomat Ryziel, the more I think about this deck, I think this deck is better than Heraldic Ryziel, personally. Because I think this deck it just has less bricks, but it feels like it does the same thing almost. Like, the entire purpose, basically, of these secondary engines, or like these rank 4 engines, like Dododos, like the Onomats or Heraldics, is just like to spam an absurd amount of rank 4s in a Ryziel deck. Because normally Ryziel already has the ability to summon like 3 rank 4s or something, and then revive something with Eclipse Twin as well or something. Like, Ryziel already has a really high rank 4 potential. If you add another rank 4 package to it, you can make an absurd amount of rank 4s. And I think this engine just does this slightly better for Ryziel than the Heraldics, because yes, Heraldic has a higher ceiling, because the ceiling for Heraldic Ryziel is absurd, but there's no need for that. There's no need for a ceiling that high, I would argue. I think slightly lower ceiling for less bricks and also better plays under Droll Lockbird, I think is a great deal for, like, from the perspective, let's say you are currently a Heraldic Ryziel player and you think that deck is good. Now, what you're being offered here with the new Onomat cards is basically a version of the deck that is slightly better into Droll Lockbird and has less bricks. And the only thing you have to give up for it is maybe like the ability to make 1 less rank 4 or something. So instead of making 9 rank 4s, you're now making 8 or something, you know? But you can still do all the important things. You're still going to spam Duo Drive. You're still going to spam Detonator. You can make Baguska. You can make Emerald if you want to. You can make Eclipse Twin to loop Emerald. You can loop, if you want to, you can loop Ouroboros. No problem. You can make Banshee into Protoss if you want to in this deck as well. You don't need to be playing Heraldic for that. You can do it in this deck as well. So I would argue the ceiling for this deck is still very, very, like, it's good enough for sure, right? And so this deck seems nice in comparison to Heraldic Ryziel, because I think both the Goblinberg as also the Warrior are both better into Droll Lockbird than some of the Heraldic stuff. And they're also just like better draws in of itself, right? Like the deck has more starters, because the Heraldic cards in Heraldic Ryziel are actually not that good to draw, right? Like the goal of Heraldic Ryziel is still like, okay, I want to draw the Ryziels. And I'm going to make the Ryziel combos stronger because I play the Heraldic cards in my deck, so I can access them with the Ryziel cards. So in this deck, it's a little bit different, because drawing the Dodo the Warrior or the Go Goblinberg is actually good. You know, like these cards actually do something. These cards are great. This is a great normal summon, and this is a great starter into, like, you can get 2 Ryziel with these cards because they can make a rank 4. Like the Heraldic cards are actually not that good at making a rank 4 if you draw them. You'd rather just have them in your deck to search them with the Ryziel cards. And so I think this version of Ryziel just seems better to me than Heraldic Ryziel. And I can't help but think that that means it's a pretty good deck, right? Because Heraldic Ryziel is already good. So a better version of Heraldic Ryziel, I feel like, has to still be somewhat good. At least that's how I feel about it. Because the lower ceiling cannot possibly be too low, right? Because no matter what you do, you can still easily end on Detonator, Cross, and then beforehand you have looped Ouroboros, or you have looped Emerald, or you can also make Baguska, like, or Protoss. Like, that ceiling is definitely good enough compared to Heraldic Ryziel. No need for a higher ceiling, I think, in this deck. So I do think this deck is quite interesting. Of course, Droll Lockbird, while I think the Warrior and the Goblinberg combo better into Droll Lockbird, Droll is still going to be good against this deck, right? But yeah. Is Mitsurugi Ryziel no longer viable? Oh, absolutely still is. Like, don't worry. We're going to talk about the position. Like, where the next thing I want to do after looking at these decks in more detail is a tier list where I rank them alongside the stuff that's already in the game. Yeah. You need the Heraldic's Whale Banish to Protoss going first, I'm pretty sure. So what you're saying is this deck cannot Protoss because you can't banish anything for flag? I mean, this thing says banish it when it leaves the field, but then you wouldn't be overlaying with it, I guess. I'm sure there's a way. You are right. Maybe you have to figure out exactly how you're going to get a banished card for the Nemesis flag. But I'm sure there is something you could do if you really wanted to. You can do Dugares. Dugares cannot summon from hand. You would have to get the flag into the graveyard first. You could do stuff like you can go Node Ryziel, send the flag from hand to grave, and then revive it with Dugares or something. There's gonna be a way. There's always going to be a way to make that happen. There's no way that's not possible. You probably have to make a different line. Or Banshee. Yeah, Banshee can just send it to grave. You don't even have to add it. Yeah, you can just send it with Banshee, revive it with Dugares, search. And that's probably worth it still, because Protoss is absurd. Right? So, like, there's ways. That's not the problem. I don't think. YS Hipster, thank you for the 27 months and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. Matty L, thank you for the 26. Omni, thank you for the 36. I know I'm late on some of these because I was focused on talking about the game, but I appreciate the subs, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. Let's talk about we've now looked at some of these decks individually and how they might see play in the TCG and how they might be built and stuff like that. I hope it was interesting, by the way, that segment. I don't think it's something we have done to this extent for previous core sets, but I thought it was an interesting thing to do. Because, I mean, of course, making a tier list and stuff like that gives me opportunity to talk about it, but it's never as in detail as the stuff that we just did. And it's not just something that I feel like is helpful for you guys, it's also helpful for me. And so I felt like if it's even helpful for me, then surely it's helpful for people watching. So I think, yeah, let me know. But okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the format post Duelists Advance. And let me preface this by saying that a lot of this is my first impression. Because I've only spent a limited amount of time testing some of these decks yet. I haven't tested every single one in detail, and I am also just throwing a guess out here as to how these decks are going to perform, and we're doing it somewhat early into the format, of course. The format has basically just started, because there is not a lot of time before the NAWCQ or the EUWCQ, because NAWCQ is next week, and the EUWCQ is 2 weeks after that. So I'm trying to throw just like a first impression of the format out there so that people can maybe prepare better and maybe decide on what kind of non-engine they want to play in their main deck to counter certain decks and so on and so forth. And so the way we're going to go about it is we're going to discuss some of the current top tier decks first and talk about how good they're still going to be. Then we're going to rate some of the some older decks as well as the new decks from Duelist Advance. But also, I'm going to talk about the Battles of Legends decks at the end a little bit, because we're in this weird situation for like the first time in a long time that EU and NA formats are not exactly the same because of the release date difference between these sets in NA and EU. So while I don't think it makes a huge difference in the format for most other decks, keep in mind that like the Battles of Legend decks are not going to be legal for the EU WCQ, but they are legal for the NA WCQ. So I'm going to give you a brief impression of those decks at the end for the people watching from NA, or for the people watching in EU wondering how those decks are going to fare once we actually get them in August. But for now, they are not going to be legal for Europe. So that's why we're doing them at the end. First things first, I want to do a brief little talk about Ryziel, Mitsurugi, and Malice. Because I think that is the biggest question mark and the biggest thing that's going to determine the quality of these new decks is how good are those decks still going to be. Now, personally, at the moment, I do not see a reason why the current top tier decks should not still be top tier decks after Duelists Advance. They will get competition in Duelists Advance, and we're going to talk about how good that competition is, but they don't inherently lose anything, and I personally don't think that the new decks in Duelists Advance are going to overtake one of these decks by a lot. Like, Malice and Ryziel are still top tier decks after Duelists Advance. I think there are other decks that are going to be able to rival them. I think they are going to have to prepare for more stuff. There's going to be more different matchups and stuff like that. But that is kind of like a positive and a negative for these decks, because if there's more decks in the mix, it becomes harder to specifically target decks like Ryziel and Malice. For example, the more diverse the format is, the more difficult it becomes to just go like, okay, I'm going to main deck Purulia, Fuvalos, and Droll, because those are the best against Ryziel decks, because they might not be the best against Sky Striker, Luna Light, Vanquish Soul, Orchist, Punk, whatever, you name it. Like, the format becoming more diverse with more options, I think is both, of course, the same goes for Malice and Ryziel decks. They also have to prepare for more other decks, and so that's going to be difficult for them as well. But I think for now, Malice and Ryziel are not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to talk about different Ryziel variations. I think pure Ryziel is more like a tier 2 deck, personally. So I'm going to throw that here. I think Ryziel Mitsurugi is still a top tier deck. It might even be better than Malice. It's basically, I don't even know, current Alliance Inside format feels like Malice and Mitsurugi Ryziel are basically the same power level. I don't think one is clearly above the other, because there are big tournaments where Ryziel Mitsurugi does better, then there's a tournament where Malice does better. Like, it's very close between these two decks, and I think it's going to be relatively similar. Now, the same also goes for, I think pure Mitsurugi, even though it hasn't been as performant, like it hasn't been as well performing as the other, like the Ryziel variations. I played it at French Nationals. I thought it was pretty strong. I still think it's pretty strong. I think pure Mitsurugi is better into Charmies than Ryziel Mitsurugi is also better into Droll. I think pure Mitsu is still a top tier deck. And with that, I think let's talk about some other new stuff and how it ranks. Onomot Ryziel, I think, is a top tier contender. It remains to be seen how good it exactly is. I think Heraldic Ryziel is more like a tier 2 deck in comparison. I think at the moment, Heraldic Ryziel is a respectable version of Ryziel. I think it is strong. But I do think Onomot Ryziel just does a couple of things better than it. So I think Heraldic Ryziel is probably going to fall off significantly. At least that's my first impression. Not because the deck becomes worse, but just because there is another option that is just like the same deck but better. So, like, why would you play Heraldic Ryziel if you can play Onomot Ryziel? And to be honest with you, I can't figure out a reason right now. I mean, of course, I'd have to do more in-depth testing of the deck, but at first glance, Onomot Ryziel just feels like better Heraldic Ryziel. And so, yeah, I'm gonna put Onomat Ryziel in a top tier contender spot. I think it's a strong deck. I think it is probably super weak into Perulia. It's still Droll is still good against it, even though it is slightly better into it than Heraldic. But yeah. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes is a deck that I feel like gets underrated pretty consistently at the moment, myself included. Just whenever I think about Blue Eyes, it just doesn't seem that strong. Yet it does always somehow pull through and do some pretty impressive stuff. It won German Nationals, which I thought was very impressive. I was not expecting Blue Eyes out of all decks to take German Nationals down. Emre made top 8 with it in France as well, so the deck is capable of performing. I'm gonna put it at the top of tier 2, which is not bad. That's not a bad result at all. I want to emphasize that tier 2 is all playable and good decks that can top all level of tournaments. I think Blue Eyes is strong. I just think Blue Eyes is if Blue Eyes had less bricks, it would probably be a top contender for me. But I just like for a mid-range deck, I still don't really like drawing Blue Eyes, True Light, and so on and so forth. But that's basically the only issue I have with it. Other than that, I think it's pretty well positioned. You know, like it's good into the non-engine that most people play. You know, it doesn't particularly care about Charmies, doesn't particularly care about Droll and Lockbird. I mean, some hands you care, but like it's fine. I think it's a solid deck. I think Blue Eyes is probably going to be one of the top tier 2 decks at the end when we're done. Branded. Branded is like somewhere here. I haven't seen Branded in a long time. I don't think it's bad. I'm not going to call Branded a tier 3 deck. I think that'd be underrating it. I think there is a difference between a deck being unpopular at the moment versus the deck just being bad. I feel like Branded is still a fine deck. It's probably going to be towards the bottom of tier 2, but it's all right. Crystron is very strong, I think. I don't think it's considered a top tier deck, but it is at the very minimum here. But I could see it being towards the bottom of this. I think Crystron is a strong deck that is very underrepresented because people just don't really. I don't know. It feels like a lot of players that take the time to learn Crystron and get into Crystron see results with it. You know, like I think this deck has a very strong conversion rate because almost nobody plays it, but it still shows up in tops. Which I think it's a pretty good indicator that the deck is good. Like I almost never see Crystron on any sort of representation graph for like a big tournament. When they post like, okay, here are the top represented decks in Swiss, like at the start of the tournament, you got like 15% Malice, 13% Mitsurugi Riser. I never see Crystron on these, but it still ends up topping those tournaments, which makes me think it just has a very good conversion rate. It's a strong deck that people just don't really look into because they think other stuff is better, which there's probably these other decks are probably better than it, but it still is really good. Labyrinth. I included Labyrinth because it technically gets help from Duelist's Advance in Trapaholic. Trapaholic, I think, is a very good card in Labyrinth. I just don't think it is well positioned right now. I think going second with Labyrinth is way too difficult into the likes of Detonators, into the likes of Malice end boards. I think it's very difficult. You'd have to run it as like a Floodgate version, I suppose, but I'm not a fan of that. I think maybe it's here, but like for now, I'm going to put it into tier 3. I think tier 3 is the kind of decks where you can probably top at least like a regional level event with those decks, but you are definitely fighting an uphill battle. Maybe with Trapaholic, it's a little bit better than this, but I'm not comfortable putting it in the same tier as like I put Heraldic Ryziel. I don't think that's fair towards those decks, you know. But tier 3 is not bad. Tier 4 is going to be where I put the decks that I wouldn't recommend anyone playing. I think if you really want to, you can play Labyrinth. I just don't think it gives you the best competitive chances. Water. Water is pretty scary. Still, even without Dweller and Bahamut Shark, this deck has proven that it still is a capable deck. I think the position for it at the moment could be slightly better, because at the moment, people are playing a good chunk of Droll and Lockbirds, of Molcharmi Fuvaloses, which are good cards against it. But however, Barrier Statue is one hell of a card. And I think Mermail is at least, has to be considered at least a tier 2 deck for it. Personally, I wouldn't recommend playing it. I don't think it is, like, I mean, besides the fact that I don't love these sort of combo piles to begin with, I also don't think that this deck gives you a like particularly big advantage at the moment. Like, it's not like you are exploiting something in the format, like the deck is really good into everyone's non-engine or something. That'd be the case if like everyone was playing Bisteels or something right now, which is not the case, and is probably not going to be the case with the next the upcoming format as well. I mean, Bisteels are not bad. Maybe you'll find some decks that play like 2 to 3, but we're not in a format where like every deck plays like 6 Bisteels or something. In those kind of formats, you could argue, okay, Water actually exploits what people are doing and has an edge. Right now, everyone is playing Droll, everyone is playing Fuva. I don't know if that's going to change necessarily with the next with Duelist Advance, maybe a little bit less, but overall, you're not really finding a niche to go in with Mer. Fiendsmith Control. As much as it pains me to say it, this deck is gonna remain a tier 2 deck with Duelist Advance. I think the problem with Fiendsmith Control at the moment is that there is a large diversity of decks that you have to consider, and those decks are very, very different in terms of what low impact hand traps are good against it. Because that's ultimately the biggest strength of Fiendsmith Control decks, is to be able to play a lot of these low impact hand traps, like your Veilers, your Imperms, your Bisteels, your Ghost Ogres, whatever. You can play a lot of those cards. The problem is Malice is weak to other cards than Mitsurugi, which is weak to other cards than Ryziel Variations, which is weak to others than Crystron, which is weak to others than Mermail, which is weak to others than Blue Eyes, and so on and so forth, right? And so that's difficult. It's really difficult to build a Fiendsmith Control version that just has exactly the right non-engine for every matchup. And I think that's why it remains like a tier 2-ish deck right now. It's not bad. And if you make the right calls and hit the right matchups with it, you can definitely do well with it. But it hurts me to put it this low, because I would love to tell you like, oh yeah, it goes crazy. Bisteels are great against Mitsu, which they are. You know, Bisteel Fiendsmith is great into Mitsurugi, but you're not always going to play into Mitsurugi or Blue Eyes. You know. Fire Kings. Tier 3. I don't hate the deck because it gets to play Impulse, and Impulse is good. But I don't know. I think this deck is okay into Mitsurugi because you don't really care about the Murakumo Raigeki. But that's about it. Not a huge fan of this deck right now in the current format. I also still think Malice is very difficult for this deck because of the graveyard banishes. So I wouldn't really say that this deck has the best chances. It still is an Impulse deck, which is technically the same for Labyrinth. Like, you can these decks, I guess what stops these decks from going into tier 4 is the fact that Dominus Impulse kind of saves them because it's a very high quality card. But that's about it. Man is tier 3. Man is too weak going second. Man is good going first, but going second I think is too weak. Memento. I like Memento. I think Memento is either very high tier 2 or top tier contender. I think Memento is strong. I would not underestimate it. I think it is. I'll throw it over Crystron. You know what? I think I like Memento more than Crystron. That might be a me personal thing because I have practiced some Memento and I am familiar with some of the lines and I do like the deck. I do think it's strong. Yeah. There's a new Odeon deck that's been seeing a lot of online play. Would be surprised if it didn't see success at Euros. What's new about it? Like, what's the, if you can summarize it with like a couple of, like with one sentence, what's the innovation over what they've been doing? Because like I think the most popular has been like Odeon Fiendsmith. It plays a full lineup of the traps, less man, and Songs of the Dominator, and both Dominus traps. Oh. So really like more like a trap deck, but just like hand traps. Psyframes, Primite. You know, I'd have to see that in action before I rate it, because I've never seen that version. So it's like Primite Odeon with both Dominus cards and Songs of the Dominators. Okay, sure. I mean, maybe. Maybe. All right. Ritual Beast. Not a good time to be a Ritual Beast player, I don't think. Weak to every Charmy under the sun. Not particularly happy about getting drolled. Nibiru, not unpopular right now. I just don't see a reason to play it, I guess, is the thing. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's great, but I just don't see what it does better than other decks. Because even if we are considering something like Protoss now, there's other decks that Protoss better than Ritual Beast. Like, that used to be a reason to play Ritual Beast, right? Like, Protoss was like something that only Ritual Beast could do realistically for a while. No longer the case. So I don't like Ritual Beast that much. Tenpai is pretty ass right now. I'm happy to tell you. As much as I would love to just throw it in tier 4, I don't think it's that bad. But I think like around here, maybe I'm giving some of these decks too much credit. Maybe it's more like this. But I don't know. I don't know, maybe I just hate putting decks in the lowest tier because I do like to give them some benefit of the doubt. But I really don't see a reason to play Tenpai right now. There's too many decks in the format that will just destroy you if you send them first, right? Like Mermail, Memento, any combo Ryzeal variation. Even Blue Eyes isn't easy with Drill Beam. I don't think Tenpai is great right now. White Forest. White Forest is a difficult thing to assess because it makes a very strong board, and it is very consistent now with the new cards from, I mean, not Duelist Advance, but the set for that. And I think that makes it still a considerable deck, but I think it's very, very weak into Droll and Lockbird, which might not go anywhere anytime soon. So it's either like here, it's probably here. Here feels right. It does not feel worse than Branded to me. I think. I think a weakness to Droll and Lockbird does not justify putting it lower than Branded right now. Maybe, but also maybe Branded should. Maybe it's more like. Maybe this is more accurate. But I do think White Forest is better than Branded and deserves to be up here. Yeah, I feel more. This feels better to me. Sorry, Brandies. Maybe some people were probably really hyped I put Branded in tier 2, and now I'm disappointing them. I'm sorry. Regenesis. As much as I love Regenesis, I think Regenesis is not good enough right now. I like the concept of this deck so much because it's so grindy. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. I just don't think this deck is powerful enough. I think it's too fair. I think it is too fair, to be honest with you. Like, I played against Regenesis at French Nationals twice. I lost the dice roll twice. They drew good hands for their deck twice. Or 4 times when they went first. And they just never win. I don't know. It's just not unfair enough. I think. Which probably makes it a well-designed deck in terms of the fun aspect, because it is a very fun deck to play and play against. But the main reason why it's fun to play against it is because you beat it most of the time. So that's not a good sign. I don't know. Live Twin Fiendsmith. Live Twin Fiendsmith is cool, but it is very, very bad into Fuva, I think. This deck is like, if you don't get Fuva, you play through absurd amount of fan traps. Like you basically play through everything if you don't get Fuva. And you can play more. It's like, it's better to have a weakness to Fuva than to have a weakness to Droll for a couple of reasons. Because you have more outs to Fuva, and Fuva also only happens when you go first. It doesn't happen when your opponent has a board. You cannot, like, you can get Drolled behind the board, but you cannot get Fuva behind the board. So having a weakness to Fuva is not the same as having a weakness to Droll. which is why I think this deck is fine. I think I would rate it higher than Fiendsmith Control, simply because it has a little bit of more power to it. And I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's quite there for a top tier deck because of the Fuwa weakness. But other than that, I think it's pretty decent. All right. And now we're getting into the good stuff. Now we're getting into the new decks. I will say there is, of course, more decks in Duelist Advance. But those I simply don't feel comfortable ranking because I don't personally think they're good enough to be top contenders, like the stuff that are not on here. But I also haven't tried them enough yet to, I just don't want to I don't want to take the Nouvelle stuff and just put it into tier 4 without having played it ever. That's why I'd rather leave it off of the list. And I'd rather just speak about the things that I have taken a closer look at. Rather than say, oh, I've read the Nouvelle cards, but they're not good enough, which I think that's how it is. But I don't know exactly where they rank. Maybe if you put a lot of work into the new Nouvelle or into the Monarchs or whatever, you can make it a tier 3 deck probably, or not unlikely at least. So yeah. But the decks I have looked into are from Duelist Advance. I've looked into Sky Striker, Vanquish Soul, Lunalight, and some Archmage a little bit more. So I want to talk about those 4, and I do think those are the 4 most interesting decks in Duelist Advance competitive wise. Let's start with Sky Striker. Sky Striker, unfortunately, as much as I like this deck and as much as I was considering playing it for Euros, and I still am technically. I said in a previous video, I said I'm considering to play Sky Striker or Vanquish Soul at Euros if either of these is good enough. They don't have to be the best deck in the format. I'm happy if they're 3rd, 4th, or 5th best deck. I'm still willing to play it because I think they're super fun. For Sky Striker, unfortunately, I'm a little worried about particularly Drolden Lockbird. I think ruins this deck, basically. Because the problem with Sky Striker, basically, when it comes to Drolden Lockbird, is that you're not even trying to do something super unfair with Sky Striker. And those are the decks that usually suffer the most from Droll. Because if you look at something like the Ryziel hybrid versions, those are usually willing to take a weakness to Droll and Lockbird, because you're okay, if they don't have Droll, I'm doing some crazy stuff. My win rate if I don't get Drolled is through the roof. So I'm willing to accept the chance to get Drolled to play one of those decks. With Sky Striker, it's a little different, because even if you don't get Drolled, you don't auto win. Your deck doesn't do the crazy stuff. There's a high chance that where I'm putting this deck right now is there's Copium in here. There's a chance it's lower than this. There's also a chance if Droll and Lockbird sees less play, it's higher than this, because I do think this deck is good if Droll and Lockbird doesn't get thrown at you. I do think it's a very good deck. I like it. I think it's very fun. I'm still going to try to make it work. But I think rating it higher than tier 2, I think would not do the other decks justice. I don't think, as much as I would love to make it, to put it higher, I just don't think that's realistic right now. I think there is a potential future for this deck if there's a ban list that hits Ryziel, and as a result people play less Droll, then I think Sky Striker can actually be a top contender. For now, I think Droll and Lockbird is not going to go anywhere, and that's why I think Sky Striker is here to stay. Is here to stay in tier 2 rather. All right. Vanquish Soul, on the other hand, is currently the one that I'm more likely to play at Euros. Not because I think it's definitely the best deck, but because I do think this deck has what it takes to be a top 3, 4, 5 deck in the new format. I think Vanquish Soul is a top tier contender. I think this deck's very good. I think Holy Sue gives this deck crazy good plays going first and going second. The ceiling that this deck now has is definitely strong enough. And I think this deck has another very strong advantage in the upcoming format, which is that it can play on the opponent's turn, making it so that if you get Drolled or Fuvat or Peruliad, I don't think it hurts this deck much. And that's good. That's a good advantage to have in a format where those cards are very present, at least at the moment. So I think Vanquish Soul is a top tier contender. It's also very fun. There's a chance this is slightly copium, because it might be slightly worse than this and I just want it to work. But as of now, as my first impression, some first testing, some first building with the deck, I think it's good enough. And this is also, of course, this is before Justice Hunters. Once Justice Hunters comes out with K9 Vanquish Soul is a top tier deck. I'll say this right now. I'm probably going to make more content leading up to Justice Hunters. But when Justice Hunter drops with K9, I think Vanquish Soul K9 is a top tier deck. There's no question about it. Even though Mitsurugi and Malice are not invalidated by Vanquish Soul, they are still good decks, and they will be good decks, potentially even post Justice Hunters. K9 Vanquish Soul is a top tier deck. That deck is powerful. It might even be the best deck after Justice Hunters. For now, I think the deck is already playable. I think the new Vanquish Soul cards are great. I think the deck is good. I think the deck is fun. I'm going to try to make it work for Euros. I do think there's a chance it's like the third best deck, which would be good enough for me to play it. But yeah, I'm throwing it on here. Lunalight. Lunalight is a top tier contender. I think Lunalight is scary. And I think this is the main takeaway from Duelist Advance here, is that there's a lot of stuff that has great potential. I don't think there's anything in here that immediately overtakes Malice or Mitsurugi as the top deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. But there are decks in here that are very, very interesting and deserve to be looked at because there's a chance that they perform. Because here's the thing about Mitsurugi and Malice format that we're in at the moment. Both of these decks are arguably the best decks in the format right now, but all of these other decks down here have seen great performances. And I'm not talking they have topped a tournament here and there. Almost every single event at the moment, you see multiple tops for Memento, you see Crystron tops, you see Blue Eyes tops, you see Mermail tops, you see some Life Twin tops, some Fiendsmith Control tops, maybe White Forest even. Some other Ryziel versions, you see them in Top Cut. And some of them are getting very far into the tournament. Like you see, Crystron has won a smaller Nationals in Europe. Blue Eyes has won a Nationals. Memento has won a Nationals, Italy. Like these, it's possible to compete with these decks without being better than them, right? Like, and I think Lunalight, Onomat, Vanquish Soul, maybe even Sky Striker to an extent, all of these decks have the potential to compete with these decks without being like the best deck of the format, but still being able to take a couple of top cut spots or maybe even win a tournament. And Lunalight in particular is like very, very polarizing because its win condition is so weird, right? Like it wins off of just making big towers that also Raigeki your opponent and you summon Baguska next to it. And it's like, that's a broken win con. And if people don't play hand traps to prevent it, you can auto win against someone even if they draw 5 cards off of a Fuvalos, even if they draw 8 cards off of 2 Fuvalos or whatever. You might still win if they don't have their deck built properly. Because the thing is, the cards that are good against Lunalight are not that good against some of these other decks, you know, like the Charmies are not particularly effective if they just pull through and do the thing anyways. The thing that I found most effective against Lunalight is like the more low impact hand traps, like the Imperms, the Veilers, the Graveyard interaction with Crow and Bystials. I think those cards are okay or solid against Lunalight, especially if you draw multiple. The problem is that doesn't seem to be the best approach against Malice and Mitsurugi at the moment. And that is interesting for Lunalight, because if most people focus on Malice and Mitsurugi and ignore Lunalight in deck building, then the deck could pop off. So I think that's why people are looking into it at the moment. That's why it could be a good meta call if people aren't prepared for it. And that's why I would encourage everyone to take a look at Lunalight and what you can do against it. And be prepared for it, because otherwise it might run away with a bunch of tops and maybe even win a tournament. Medius the Pure / Artmage. Let it be known, I think this deck is going to be pretty good in the future. For now, I think it's a high tier 3 deck. I think the deck is better than people give it credit for at the moment. I don't think it's bad. I think you can already play it if you want to. It seems fun. It doesn't seem good enough yet. But of course, as this is the new main lore archetype, there's a high chance that it will be eventually. So for now, high tier 3, worth trying, worth messing around with. I think it's not bad, but not quite good enough. And that's how I feel about just the Duelist Advance format. Now let's talk about some of the Battles of Legends stuff that I find more interesting in particular. Even though we don't have them in Europe yet, but I think it could still be helpful with the NAWCQ and the people that are watching from NA. Orchist, I think, is the best archetype out of Battles of Legends, and it's not even close. And I think Mitsurugi Orchist is a top tier contender from what I've seen. Orchist Mitsurugi has great synergy. You don't care about the Dark Lock when you're playing Mitsurugi. And I've seen some great things from this deck. It seems like a very sound concept because it covers each other's weaknesses pretty well. You know, the Orchist cards don't care much about Droll and Lockbird, so if the Mitsurugi part gets trolled, you can still do some pretty cool Orcust stuff. If the Orcust part gets Lancead, for example, you can do the Mitsurugi stuff, and it just seems like the ceiling of the deck is pretty good when you draw them both together, but they basically fix some of each other's issues. So I think Orcust Mitsurugi is a pretty good version of the deck and could be a top tier contender. As for pure Orcust, if I was ranking, I unfortunately didn't prepare 2 pictures for the different decks, but pure Orcust I think is more like here. I think pure Orcust is not quite consistent enough, because the good part about Mitsurugi Orcust is that if you don't draw an Orcust starter, chances are you at least get to do the Mitsu combo, which is still good enough, you know, often. So I think that deck is more consistent and better that way. So I think Mitsurugi Orcust is a top tier contender, whereas pure Orcust is more like a tier 2 somewhere. Which is also where I would throw Punk. I just think Punk is another one of those mid-rangey, decent amount of hand traps. Try to do a 1-card combo that draws you some cards. Not a bad concept, but also not great. Like it's kind of similar to, I think, like Life Twins in that regard. But Life Twin has better follow-up, and I do think the Life Twin board is also stronger than the Punk board. I think Punk is good enough to see play. I wouldn't be surprised if people top any WCQ, like 1 or 2 Punks, make it. Wouldn't be surprised by it. But I don't expect anything crazy out of this deck, to be fair. Gem Knight is beyond insane. I think I'd play it if it was out. Yeah, I don't know enough about. I left out Dragon Mate and Gem Knights because I simply haven't looked into them because they are not legal for the EU WCQ. So I just haven't spent time on those. Maybe they're fine. Yeah. I did look into Necros. This is probably like the 3rd time I'm bringing Necros Copium to this channel. I don't know. But there's not much Copium here. Necros is like probably, I've seen, what was it? Necros, I saw a version of Necros that seemed like somewhat okay. Was it like Necros Ryziel? Or was it Necros Mitsurugi? I don't know. I don't remember what it was. There was like a version of Necros that seemed okay. For pure Necros, it's probably tier 4. As much as I hate to do this is one of my favorite decks of all time, by the way. I hate that I'm doing this right now. It's probably just not good enough. I hate this. Once we get the cards in Europe, I'm gonna give it a fair shot. Once we get the Necros cards, I promise I'm gonna make a version of it. I'm gonna try to make it work. I'm gonna try my best. This is of course postponed because we don't have them yet, and it's probably better that way. Because I'm telling you right now, if we had the Necros cards in EU already, I would be spending at least a week to try and make it work for Euros. So maybe it's good that we don't have them yet. Because I don't know if it's going to work. But I don't know, man. I just love these cards. I love Necros. I love the new cards for it. I think it's exciting. But maybe it's okay if it's not competitive or like top tier. But yeah. And that's how I feel about the current or upcoming TCG format with Duelists Advance in the mix. I think until we get a ban list that covers Malice and Mitsurugi and Ryziel especially, I think Ryziel is the biggest, let's say, Ryziel existence has the biggest chokehold on the current format. Because like, the reason why Droll is everywhere, which is so important for so many of these decks, is Ryziel. Like, Ryziel is the reason Droll and Lockbird is a staple at the moment. Because it just is like, I mean, pure Ryziel is not the problem. The problem is all the hybrid versions. The Ryziel Onomat, the Ryziel Mitsu, the Ryziel Heraldic. Those decks just go crazy. And that's difficult to deal with if you don't have Droll. And that's why Droll is so popular. And if that changes on the ban list, if they hit Malice, Mitsu, Ryziel stuff, then a lot of this stuff down here is competing for top tier. Like a lot of decks suddenly have a say in top tier if they weaken Malice, Ryziel, and Mitsu just a little bit. And of course, we are also awaiting Justice Hunters at the end of July. So there's not like, this format is going to be relatively short because there's 2 things on the horizon. Justice Hunters bringing us Canine, Draco Tail, and Yummy, which are all top tier contenders, as well as a potential ban list that could happen any moment. I don't know exactly when it's likely. I think after EUWCQ could be something like in August or late July. And that is going to shake this up significantly. For now, Malice and Mitsu, I think, are going to stay at the top. And some of these newer decks are more like rivaling them or like top tier competition, but not quite the best decks. That's how I feel about it. Let me know how you feel about it in the comments down below. Let me know what you're going to play for this month of July before Justice Hunters drops. Without further ado, thank you for watching over on YouTube. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'd really appreciate that. And we're going to go back to streaming Master Duel now, because we are going to have to prepare for Malice arrival tomorrow. So yeah. All right. I'm planning on playing Psychics now if only the Punk cards were here. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of fun at Sneak Preview with the Psychic cards. Almost to the point where I wanted to try making them work in the TCG, even without the Punks. I don't know if the I mean, the combos were strong enough for Sneak Peek. I don't know if they're good enough for actual TCG, but they looked fun. The new Psychic cards. But yeah. All right, so Malice is coming out tomorrow in Master Duel, and therefore I'm not gonna go ahead and learn any new decks today or do any other like stuff for Master Duel. I think we're just gonna spend like the last hour and a half of stream just vibing in ranked, trying to rank up as much as I can so that we can tomorrow start the Malice testing at the highest possible rank, because the season did just reset. And I haven't played that much yet this season, so I'm still in Diamond 4. I don't know if we can make it out of Diamond today. That is probably too long of a climb. But yeah, I'm just gonna climb as much as I can today, so we can play Malice in a higher rank tomorrow. First, quick toilet break though. Be right back. All right, gaming. Sure, let's run it. Are you gonna play Tenny Sword Soul in another stream? What, like with the new Tenny support? Dude, I'm thinking in a different direction with the new Tenny support. Bro, I want to use the new Tenny field spell maybe to make something work in Paleo. I'm not interested in Tenny Sword Soul. This always happens when I have Called by the Grave. Not surprised by that. At least my Max C can get ashed. Maybe I should have maxied on res, but I was trying to guarantee some draws. I might need it. When do you think we'll get DUAD in Master Duel? I mean, we never get the full set in one thingy. It's probably just like they're gonna drop the archetypes at arbitrary moments. Shut up, man. You know what the worst part about Blue Eyes is? I figured out what I hate about Blue Eyes. Because I don't have an issue with the deck in general, but Blue Eyes is by far the strongest deck in the minigame in Master Duel. Because it just has like, it has slightly more hand traps than other decks. It has the most outs to Maxi. It can out your outs to their Maxi with like Drill Beam. Like if you're Called by the Grave, they like Drill Beam it or something like that. It just freaking, it just wins the minigame every time. And that annoys me. I don't want a minigame. Yeah, and you can't Called by their Maxi if they have Spirit. I don't have an out. I can't draw anything. I don't think that helps. I'll try though. They did normal summon their Veiler, so... Oh wait, no, they reset Purge. I thought they reset Majesty. Okay, well, that's not good. Blue Eyes just doesn't need to commit into the minigame. That's the other thing. Even if you win the minigame against Blue Eyes, quote unquote, and you resolve a Maxi or a Fuba, it doesn't even help you much. That's the worst part. So yeah, I don't actually have an issue with Blue Eyes. It's just, Blue Eyes in Maxi Fuwa format is really annoying. Oh my god, what is this hand? Memento is way too cursed. Yeah. I felt the same. I think Memento is so good in theory, but then in practice, I don't know, man. Oh, yes. Please. Please. Didn't set the droplet. Yeah, are you familiar with Mulcharmy Fuwalos? I don't even think I run Imperm. Nope, I can't draw anything. There's nothing. I guess Ash. If I draw Ash, but if they just go Chundra, it's not enough. I need to play a feel-good deck today. I can't play Memento today. I'm gonna suffer way too much tomorrow already when Malice comes out. I need to play Fiendsmith while I can. Otherwise, I'm losing my mind. Is it that bad into Malice? I mean, if rated is just Malice, you can probably make it work. You can probably build a version of Bestial Fiendsmith that's okay into Malice. Don't you think Ryziel should have been released first, since I think Malice will be too dominant in best of one? Look, I think I'm the wrong one to ask for this, because I just don't like Malice that much. So, like, I'm always going to be biased with my answer. Like, yes, I would have liked Ryziel first, but what does that really mean? We were always going to get Malice eventually, so... This happens surprisingly often. I don't feel like it should happen as much. Gold is not that good in Massive right now. I guess it could be a Snake Eye deck that just tries to stop Max V with it. what works into Malice right now other than praying you have interaction? You're gonna need interaction. You definitely are going to need interaction, yeah. Against Malice. I don't think Malice boards are beatable without stopping them from making them. Oh, no droplet. I was expecting droplet. Okay. They were like, oh, that's what Caesar is here for. That's pretty good. Lancia being SR is a gift. I mean, I never thought I would say this, but I think there might be a world where you are gonna main deck Lancia, yeah. I hate this so much, man. Why is it always blue eyes when I draw Fuva Maxi? There's always blue eyes, man. Bro. Not good. So what's the set, I'm wondering? Because it's not the trap. It's not the Blue Eyes trap. It's not called by, because they probably would have called by Ash. It's Imperm or Impulse, I guess, but they chose to use Veiler instead, I guess. It's gotta be Imperm or Impulse. Not Impulse, Purge. Could be Drill Beam. I think Drill Beam would have been on Regained. Like, for the same reason why I'm assuming it's not the trap. Yeah, it's... Because the Blue Eyes trap they would have used on Regained, I'm pretty sure. And I think the same is true for Drill Beam, so it had to be Imperm or Dominus Purge. Ooh, I get a draw from Necroquip Princess. How nice. I can draw the 4th Lubellion. Go, dude, go. That is pretty huge. The fact that I get to draw a card here is pretty huge. That's pretty good. Pretty good draw. I don't think they can break this. No matter the card in hand. We got Paradise, Baldrake. And in general, they're just not going to win this turn, no matter what they have. It's the Ether Barrel here, so that if they use the Drill Beam, they can reset it. Okay. Does the other Fiendsmith Fusion ever come up? Yes, it does come up. Rex Tremende comes up. It's let's say 1 in 5 games, maybe 1 in 6 games, roughly. It's decent. You don't summon it very often. You usually send it for Paradise to add follow-up instead of sending. Like, there's a decent amount of games where you need follow-up of Paradise and not the Desiree send. I always forget about this stupid card. That's fine. It's gonna attack all of my stuff anyways. You can Lacrima send Kyrie, then fuse with the equip. Yeah, I haven't tested Kyrie yet. I watched a Fiendsmith Labyrinth deck that was recycling all the furniture with Kyrie. I could see that. Bro is blue eyes less. I mean, it's not like it matters that they are out of blue eyes because they just died this turn, but it always feels good to banish all their blue eyes. Make it extra hopeless for them. Hi, I am your opponent. Hi. GG's. Oh no, I misplayed. Oh, dude, I'm triggering Lacrima off making it. I should have made M7 and added back Maxi. That was optimal. That's unfortunate. Well. GG's either way. It's always no Lacrima or 2 Lacrima, but rather 2 Lacrima. Rather 2 than no Lacrima. I can use Tract as an extra body, or I can use Tract to draw a card. I think you know what I'm gonna do. I could search Paradise, but that's way too weak to making. I'd have to make Desiree, and if they didn't stop that, then doomed. I wish Necroquip could stay around, man. I would love to draw another card off of it. Fine. The Lurie body would have not given me anything in this circumstance. It's better to have the Ash in hand. I mean, Ash, Veiler, Druis Worm, Caesar. Okay. What do you mean it's the end of the main phase? What do you mean by that? Maybe I should have oh, thank God, dude. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Whatever, man. Dude, what is their hand? Holy shit, how bad is that hand? Oh. Any hand traps? They might have lava golem. Ominous impulse. Okay. What I'm about to do is evil, but I don't feel bad because they're playing stun. Would you feel bad if they weren't playing stun? No, not really. Alright, out my Zeus. I dare you. Out my Zeus. Do something. That's right. Incoming kaiju. Dude, there's always someone who doesn't understand the game state. Yeah, the kaiju would have definitely destroyed us there. For sure. Kaiju was a hard punish. Yep. Don't feel bad at all. Amano and Kaiju, what's up? Yeah. Well, then they still lose next turn, though. Oh, a brandy. A brandy. With Magnamood, though. Huh? Well, that's not good for me. Branded is such a dumb deck. Oh, what's up, Gage? Chaining one Magna, chaining one Magna, chaining one Magna. No! Damn it. Aha. Aha. Yeah. 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 I still can't believe they have 2 branded fusions. It was the most outrageous way to sell the alt arts. That is true. That was crazy work. I feel like not even branded players were asking for a second branded fusion. Like everyone just agreed that that was a fair place for branded fusion to be. Oh my god, of course. Ad 1 was okay, but we take those. See, that's what I mean. Like, even people that play branded, for the most part, no one was like, oh, when can we finally get the second brand fusion? Because the deck was completely playable. It wasn't really a problem for the deck, but I mean, I just get destroyed here, dude. There's no way around it. I just cannot win anymore. The worst thing is they get another Bastille in the end phase, which is just the nail in the coffin for my Fiendsmith strategy. Alright, so I have Ghost Ogre for Regained. Don't know what that set card is. Knowing their luck, it's probably Retribution Hard Draw, which is pretty crazy right now. Could be Super Poly. How is Branded against Malice? I think Malice is pretty good against Branded, to be honest. Because the Graveyard Disruption... yeah. The Graveyard Disruption is pretty good against them. Why am I here even? I don't have a win con. At least I don't think I do, but we'll see. Oh, I should have made Necroquip first. Because if they Bastille this and I Ghost Ogre... Oh, never mind. Hmm. So the branded banishment is dead right now because this was not properly summoned. They can't revive it. How do I win is the question. I'm thinking Chaos Angel is an option. Oh wait, no, but now I put the wrong... I put the thing on the wrong thing. Hey. I was thinking about making a rank 6. I can still make Chaos Angel technically. If they don't Bastille this. So this is fine. Because I will get a draw from Necroquip now. If they activate Regained, which they probably will. I don't want to Paradise. Hmm. That's a problem. Yep. Well. Well, there's Ashen opening hand. Okay, is it branded now? Of course not. They have called by relax. You know, that would not actually relax me. Dude, why does this keep happening? Leave me alone with your branded regained hard draws. Good against my deck. That's probably a mirror. Oh, what? Wait. What do you mean by that? Bestial Fiendsmith Millennium? I guess the Millennium cards are starters for it, but not when you've already made Requiem, so maybe it's fine. I guess they can just hit a Light Fiend with Zombie Vampire now, and we both play Light Fiend decks, so it's not that unlikely. Well, they're gonna hit my Branded Regained. I know it already. My Branded Regain is so gone. Okay. That is not what I thought was gonna happen. Okay. Alright, here's the thing. If I summon Lubellion right now and send the Bouncer to the graveyard, that will give them a target for regain. But I could just Bestial that. Goodbye. I can't have nice things. You can have Malice tomorrow. Isn't that nice? Hmm. 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 At least it won't be playing Millennium. Bro, you say this now. I think the chances are not zero that someone tomorrow is gonna go Millennium into Zombie Vampire into Malice card. There's probably someone that's gonna be doing that. Don't give him ideas. Don't give them ideas, please. Oh, what's up, my captain? Oh, we went second and we drew double Fuba. What is this? A dream? It has to be Blue Eyes, right? This cannot be real. Yep. Just shut up, man. I hate. Oh boy, I'm excited to draw no cards. Your stupid drill beam out of here. Alright, I have discarded 3 cards from my hand. What have I achieved? Not much. By the way, does Liberator Ito see play in any decks or just a random good tech? Neither. It does not see play and it is also not a good... Ah! Eh? I love Master Duel sometimes. Bro, I feel like they're trying to do a little bit too much. I feel like they're trying to do a little bit of everything. You know, Primite. Okay, I understand Primite with White Dust on, of course, for Fiendsmith. I understand, I guess somewhat, I understand Primite with Dark Magician and Red Eyes Black Dragon to also play Red Eyes Fusion and make Verte or something. I get that. What? Why is there Cosmo Queen? Why is there a gimmick puppet rank 8 that tries to rank up into this, I think? Why are we cooking every dish at once? And why is it Cosmo Queen out of all things? Special summon a spellcaster, normal monster from your hand or deck. Crazy. I copied that deck. That deck is fire. Okay. Let me know how it goes. This hand is fire. Except for hard drawing regain, but well, it's fine. Leave me alone with your toggle. Out of here. Should have regained first. Sending Paradise, because otherwise I'll draw it. Just bricked, I surrender, never mind. Not sure if true, but that was quick. Ooh, wait, no, it's undercalled by, never mind. It's not that ooh. I would like to take back that sound that I made. Make Rex here. Rex Tremende. You can make both Rex and Caesar. Yeah, but I can also make... Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll try. I'll try the Rex line. Not like that. What do you mean not like that? With tracked? Well, whatever. It's okay. I'll just do what I would do without going Rex. Dude. I hate it when they scoop before I draw my regained card. I was gonna recycle the Necroquip, yeah. With Magna banishing it. And then just make SP. SP Caesar regained, Bestial Search in end phase. Paradise already engraved. It was pretty good. Dude, I'm drawing regained every game today. What is going on? You should play the Bamboo Sword engine, it appears to draw. Dude, you already know I own all those cards in paper. Just I'm ready. One day I will. Don't worry about me. Josh, can you read this message? No. Thoughts on Fuva in draw phase? You can. I don't feel like this is a talents format very often, so I don't really like to do it. I'm surprised I haven't been talents yet, because I just said it's not a talents format. That does surprise me a little bit. I mean, the thing is, like, they are guaranteed to have Snake Eye combo. Otherwise, this is never the place, right? Why would they ever do the Bellstar? It's fine. I'm gonna get Fiendsmith in Paradise plus a Light Fiend. Never mind. I didn't. They got a Light Fiend. How cool is that? Happy for them. Is Fable playable in TCG? Like, can I win a locals with it? It has support in Battles of Legends, right? I don't remember what those cards do exactly, but like, probably yes. Like, to win a locals with it is probably possible. I don't know how good exactly it is, but I think Fable has like some good cards, so it can't be that bad. All right, Dia Bellstar me, I'm ready. I've accepted my fate. Or original, same thing. Cool. I'm leaving. Well, at least Oak is banned tomorrow. Okay. Alright, I think we're going to call it a day for today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the little bit of an outlook into the upcoming TCG format. I certainly did. I hope everyone had a good time. I hope the weather is kinder today to all of you than it was yesterday. At least here it was a lot better. So yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Quick announcement. The stream tomorrow is a little bit later than usual because I have a dentist appointment at the usual time that I start streaming. I'm going to be like an hour or two late. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. I'm just going to go there, do the thing, and start streaming right when I get back. So it's going to be like an hour to two late, but we are going to be doing Malice tomorrow. So hoping to see you guys there. So far, thank you all for tuning in today. I'm going to find someone to raid real quick, and then I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Send you guys over to Farfa in a second. And yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. And I will see you guys tomorrow when we struggle in Wonderland. Yeah, bye-bye.